Check, 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 check. Check. 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Let's see. Let's see. We are live. Let's go. Beautiful, beautiful. Y'all, thank y'all so much for hopping in. Welcome in, welcome in. April again's in the building. What's up, April again? How are you feeling today? I appreciate you hopping into the live stream. If y'all are coming in on either TikTok, Twitch, or YouTube, welcome to the live stream. Welcome to Track Talk. I appreciate y'all being here so much. If you have never been here before, or it's one of your first times here and you're curious as to what we do, these are 20 to 30 minute long form consultations on the structure of your music. Excuse me. We're going to get into the details of your mix and master, production elements, sound design, and lyric structure. And we're going to talk about song formatting and the nuances of what you're doing creatively so we can offer some specific and actionable tools on the structure of your music. If you would like to submit for a consultation, if you're on TikTok, go to my profile, click on the link. If you're on Twitch, type !submit. And if you're on YouTube, go to my description for the live stream. You can find the link there. Deb is in the building. What's up, Deb? Welcome in. Welcome in. Good to see you. Welcome into the live stream. Young Philly, appreciate you hopping in. If you are over on TikTok, make sure you are tapping the screen. Make sure you send in your heartbeat for the day. Share out the live with a few people you think would find the structure of this live stream interesting. Ake, I appreciate you hopping in as well. How are you feeling today? Let me get some things lined up here. Give me 1 second, but I hope y'all are doing absolutely fantastic. Shay is in the building. Shay, welcome into the live stream. I appreciate you so much. Let me just double check something. I want to make sure that this is... Well, hold up. That's crazy. Give me 1 sec. Just want to make sure this is up and running over here. Saul is in the building. What's up, Saul? Welcome into the live stream, y'all. Once again, make sure you're tapping the screen. Share it the live with a few people. Let me just make sure I got everything lined up over here. Beautiful. We are live on TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube. Ready to go. Fantastic. Saul, I hope you're doing absolutely fantastic. Perfect. Just got to make sure all of this stuff is lined up, ready to go. How y'all feeling today, y'all? Welcome into the live stream. Tap the screen if you don't mind. We're going to get some things flowing here in just a minute. We got some consultations we got to get to. So if you would like to submit for a 30-minute consultation, you want to get into the details of your music and spend some real time focusing on what you're doing creatively, see if there's any way that we can improve and polish the structure of your music. Shay, thank you so much for the heart me. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for that. Yeah, tap your screens. Deb is correct. Thank you for that, Deb. I appreciate the support. But if you are interested in a detailed consultation like we're talking about here, you can find all of the information by going to my profile, clicking on the link. If you're on Twitch, !submit right there in the chat. And if you're on YouTube, go to my description. For those of you who don't know as well, once again, if you're maybe one of your first times here into the live stream, my name is Torvik. I'm a full-time audio engineer, producer, and session musician. That's what I do for a living. The whole structure of this live stream is to offer tools and actionable feedback on the structure of your music. So if that's interesting to you, definitely get yourself up on the board. We'll get moving with some consultations here in just a bit as well. Shay, I appreciate you so much. Thank you for that heart me as well. Sal, thanks for hopping in. Studios, I appreciate you being here. Hey is in the building. Hey, good to see you. Appreciate you being here. How are y'all feeling today? What are y'all up to? Who is actively creating today? That's the question I have. Let me see what's going on here, actually. Gotta get some stuff out of here. Who is creating? Who is actually out there creating today? Sometimes you get like a hair in there and then it starts buzzing against it. It makes me feel like my headphones are going out, and they are not, and I hope they never do. Y'all, welcome in. Keep tapping the screen, y'all. We're going to get moving with some music here in a bit. Just going to wait for things to kind of kick in here. Wait for things to kind of open up just a little bit. Mr. Miracle's in the building. Great name. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing fantastic today as well. Welcome into the live stream, y'all. I appreciate you hopping in. Welcome in. Let me double check a few things here. Gifter Cooter, welcome in. I appreciate you hopping in. How are you feeling today? what's going on? Oh, it's because I was like, what's going on here? I was trying to show someone else a plugin yesterday. Is it PLBY? Thanks for hopping in. I appreciate you being here. I was like, what is going on? We were talking to an artist yesterday about their auto-tune settings. We were talking about like manual corrections and auto-tune settings and so on and so on. We were going through all of these things. And I was like, and so I added the plugin to just any track that I had on here just to show them the settings that we were talking about. And then I was like, why is this throwing me off so much? And I realized there was like auto tune on the piano right here. And I was like, what's going on? That's better. That sounds better. Shay, dude, you do so much recognition. So thank Shay. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for saying that. I genuinely appreciate that so much. Buttery Frames, thanks for hopping in. Glitter, thanks for being here. I had the biggest fart of my life. Shouts to that. Hopefully nothing too crazy. What's up, Derek? We are up close and personal. Kale Penny in the building. What's up, Kale? Yeah, I'm trying this out to just test a couple things. I can pretty easily just switch back to like our normal setup here. But I'm gonna try some things out. So if I need to switch to like show a different angle and stuff like that, then I'll switch back over here and we can show the synths, we can show the DAW, we can show the line, like whatever, things like that. Actually, let me get this updated. Give me 1 sec. Yeah. What's up, Kale? Welcome in. Chase Samples, good to see you. The same I've had for a while. I mean, probably the last couple months or so. But I've been updating a lot. I'm just trying a bunch of different stuff. The difference is coming in close. Like obviously, coming in close is a bit of a different vibe. It's a little bit cleaner, especially on. It's a little bit compressed on TikTok and TikTok. Yeah, it's a little bit compressed on TikTok, but it's a bit more. I can't talk, y'all. A bit better quality on Twitch and YouTube. What's up? Is it? Hold on. Let me double check the chats here really quick. Is it Zane? Am I saying that correctly? Let me know. I want to make sure that I get your name correct. Thank you so much for hopping in. What's good, Chase? So good to see you. Perfect. Okay. I want to make sure I get the name right. You said it was clean. Thank you so much. Alan, appreciate you hopping in. Thank you so much for being here. I'm going to reach, I need to get stream production quality. I got you, man. I got you. Thank y'all so much for tapping in today. I appreciate y'all being here. Keep tapping the screen. Share out the live with a few people. If you are looking to get into a full detailed consultation, which is the structure of what we do here on the stream. So if you are looking for a 20 to 30 minute deep dive consultation on the structure of your music, mix and master, production elements, sound design, lyric and song structure, we're going to get into the nuances of what you're doing creatively. If that would be helpful for you, if that'd be interesting to you, then if you're on TikTok, go to my profile, click on the link and click on Track Talk Submission. If you are on Twitch, hit ! Submit right there in the chat. If you're on YouTube, go to the description. You'll see the link right there. That'll give you all of the details in order to get a full breakdown of the structure of your music. VHSP, thank you so much for hopping in. Krista, welcome in. AE Marty, thanks for hopping into the chat as well. Let's see. Oh, we got Derek in the building. Give me one moment. Let me get all this updated. Let me get all this updated. Isak, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. How are you feeling? All right, let me get this updated. Okay, just waiting for it to come in. It hasn't, nothing showed up yet. I'll wait for everything to get in and then we'll update a few things. VHSP, thank you so much for the heart me. I appreciate it. Sorry, I just saw that. Just got the email in. Derek. I have that weird throat cold going around, but all in all, I'm good. I'm glad to hear that, Isak. I'm glad to hear that. It can be so frustrating dealing with, just pesky, annoying allergies and cold stuff. It's so frustrating oftentimes. So frustrating. There's Derek's email. Beautiful. Moment Girl, in this moment with you, I can't control it. Hey. The way I feel when I'm with you, love can be fragile. All right, let's see. Maybe I'm broken without you. It would be tragic for us to never see this through. Johan, welcome in. Nova's in the building. Welcome in, y'all. Thank y'all so much for tapping into the live stream today. It means so much. Thanks for tapping in. Thanks for hopping into the chat. We're about to get the music going. Riss, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. Y'all keep tapping the screen, share out the live with a few people. We're going to get flowing with some music here in literally just a second. I have Derek's email in here. I'm just waiting on a couple other details to come in. Nova Official, thank you so much for the follow. It means so much. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Welcome in. Thanks for hopping in. We're about to get into some consultations. If you want details on on those consultations, then just go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. We're getting ready to start our first one here in just a few minutes. We'll fly like paper in the sky. Raya's welcome in. Let go of our reasons why. The will take us where we're going. And the sun will kiss us till we're golden. All right, let's see. Deb, thank you so much for all the support in the chat. I appreciate that a lot. No. All right, let's see if this updates over here. I wrote 2 musical-esque songs we'll hear in a second. Okay, I mean, that's a twist. I have not heard too many musical-esque songs from Derek Bennett. I'm excited to see what that's all about. It sounds fun. We've been in like the heavy cinematic rock world for a minute. I'm excited to see what you are talking about. Let's go. Greatest Showman is a fantastic movie. This is a greatest show. It is great. It is a great movie. Patrick's in the building. What's up, Patrick? Welcome into the live stream. I appreciate you being here. How are y'all feeling? I'm the same way, Derek. Like, feel like we live in a similar world where sometimes I want like really heavy, like dark wave cine stuff that, you know, that just has a lot of weight and emotion to it. And then in the same breath, I'm like, sometimes I just want like a cheesy, like dream pop, synth pop song with a dead snare and bright synths. You know what I mean? Like I kind of live in like a duality of like really loving like dark, emotional, moody stuff. And at the same time being like, hey, sometimes I just need something that's like bright and happy and doesn't add to the depressive state I might gravitate towards with how crazy the world is right now. Anyways, bye. That's a side note. DZ, thanks for hopping in, y'all. Keep tapping the screen. Tap. We got to get to 10,000 likes. Let's go. Nova's in the building. Nova, let me get you straight up on the board. I appreciate you so much. After I'm gone, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate this so much. Lactation or not, thanks for hopping in as well. I appreciate you being here. I don't know the context of your name, but I'm intrigued. Okay, let's see. Let me get Nova on here. I got you. Thank you for that 10. I appreciate you so much. And then Derek, I think just waiting. I have your email, but I'm just waiting on your full submission to go through. The sun. Pico's in the building. After I'm almost finished with another super dark one. Let's go. Let's see. Hey. Let's see. Oh, it hasn't come in yet. It might just be taking a minute. I'll give it a second. Just so I make sure I know where to go. Monolithic Decoder. Me again. I'm back. Yeah, I have Unbreakable. Let me go ahead and get Unbreakable downloaded. And just for a moment, I'm going to switch back over here. I'm going to throw up the line and we'll get some things updated. All right, Unbreakable is downloaded. Let's get, I think I'm still waiting on Nova. I think I'm still waiting on your email. So just make sure that you send it to the Track Talk Submission Gmail. Yucca's in the building. What's up, Yucca? Welcome in. Y'all, please keep tapping the screen. Share it the live with a few people. Don't forget to send in your heartbeat for the day. It does help boost the exposure of everything going on in here, including your music. Let's get some things flowing here in just a second. I've got Yucca. Loki's in the building. What's up, Loki? Good to see you. Thank you for the heart me, Derek. Appreciate it so much, man. Thank you for the love. I don't know why it's not popping up. Give me a sec. Let me check. I'm gonna try like refreshing the app over here because no, no, nope, decline that. I'm not. I'm double checking right now. Got you. Yeah, okay. Just came in. I don't know. It was a little bit delayed. Sometimes it's just the app. Sometimes it just, for whatever reason, it takes a minute to get sent over. So let me get you on the line. We'll get all of this updated here, and then we'll kickstart the consultations. But I got you. So you're going to be next as of right now. Let's go. Derek got you with a 15. Beautiful. Beautiful. Got it. Moon is in the building. What's up, Moon? Thank you all so much for hopping in. I appreciate it so much. Let's try to get to 5,000 likes. How about this? Karina, thank you so much for hopping into the live stream. At 10,000 likes, we'll give away 10 in credit. At 10,000 likes, we will give away 10 in credit in order to help give y'all a boost on the board. That's at least the minimum to get yourself up on the board. Of course, you can always move yourself faster. If you want to go quicker, you can always, send it if you want to. No sound. Are you sure, Jay Carter? Let me double check because I see sound on my end. Let me check. Hopefully it's just you. Let me see. I'm going to switch back over here for a sec. Because I see sound, and we definitely have sound on TikTok. It's the same stream, but let me double check. Let me know if y'all are on YouTube or Twitch. Let me know if you're not hearing any sound. I'll try to double check some things. Thanks for the heads up. Yeah, there's sound. This is YouTube right here. Yeah, there's sound. This is YouTube right here. Yeah, so yeah, there's sound on Matthew, welcome in. Matthew, how are you feeling today? I appreciate you hopping in. Yeah, there's sound on YouTube. Double check like your ringer, double check, that it's not muted on YouTube or something like that. But Jay Carter, thanks so much for hopping in. But it's good. There's sound on YouTube. I just checked. Matthew, I'm so glad. I'm so happy to hear that. All right, let me type this out really quick. And then we'll get into some music. Just double check that's there. All right, just double check there's sound on YouTube and Twitch. Just double check that you don't have it muted or that your ringer isn't off. Okay, yeah, because there's sound. I did just double check everywhere. Sloud is in the building. All right, y'all. Nova, I have your email as well. Just got your email. Let's get into some music. I need to move at a good pace today, so we're gonna run through it. I need y'all to tap the screen. We're gonna do some giveaways over the course of the live. So if you want free credit, if you want boosts, if you want to help build a community and get things moving in the right direction and give you some. Perfect, Jay. So glad to hear it. Yeah, I was gonna say check some settings because I went ahead and just double checked on another account and everything should be looking and sounding good. Okay, let's get it. Thank you so much for the repost, Yucca. I appreciate you so much. Let's dive into some music, y'all. We're gonna kick it off with Derek. Let's get into it. We've already got it downloaded. Derek, you already know the deal. Give me all details that you feel would be relevant. Sarah, thank you so much. Oops. Up and down and okay. Hold on. I didn't realize it would download that. Downloaded very quickly. Shout out the internet. Okay. Let's get into it. We've got Derek Bennett in the building. Derek, thank you so much for sending in these tracks, man. I appreciate you so much. No worries at all. We're going to get into it. So yeah, give me any details. Brant, thank you so much for hopping in. I appreciate you. I see you on TikTok. Derek, thank you so much for the I'm ready as well. I appreciate the love. Thank you for the gifts. Let's get into some music, y'all. This is Unbreakable by Derek Bennett. Talk to me really quick. So let me read through this email really briefly. It's a short. Unmixed demo. Let's keep that in mind. This is not mixed. I've been waiting on Sammy's vocals for 3 months for this. Wow. All right. It's I'm believing it's going to be a worthwhile wait. Derek said over on TikTok, Derek said, excuse the mix, Sammy on vocals, all my production, same as usual. What I'm looking for. We're looking for production structure, pre-mix balance, stuff like that. Let's get into it. This is Unbreakable by Derek Bennett.
I've been down and I've been broken, but every time I get back up, you're this weight that tries to hold me down.
Cool.
But it won't steal my fight.
Welcome in,
They
Arthur.
said I wouldn't make it, but every day I prove them wrong. I've been silent in the struggle. Now I'm finding my song. I'm unbreakable. Every mountain will fall, every wall will come down. I'll stand tall, I will not fall. I'm unbreakable, unbreakable. Yeah, the fire tried to burn
RJ, welcome in.
me, but it only made me shine.
Nice. She's got such a good voice.
Every scar is now a story of strength.
Scab, welcome in.
Truly mine. What they meant to be my end became the start of something new. I'm unbreakable. Every mountain will fall, every wall will come down. I'll
Hey, good to see you. Appreciate you. Thanks for hopping in.
I will not fall. I'm unbreakable, unbreakable. I won't bend, I won't break, through the night and through the pain. When the world says I should fall, I keep
Like the sequence from the strings there. That's nice.
here I am, unshaken and unafraid, stronger than the fears I face.
Thank you for the follow, Scott. Appreciate you.
I will rise. I'm unbreakable.
Nice range.
Every mountain will fall, every wall will come down. Stand tall, I will not fall, 'cause I'm
Observer, welcome back. I like that idea. That's nice. Let's get into it, y'all. Show some love. Show some love. Show some love. That is Derek Bennett. The song is called Unbreakable. Let's get into it from the top. We're going to run it from the beginning. We're going to chop through some production details. Keep in mind, once again, that this is unmixed. This is an earlier demo. Just got vocals back. We're waiting about 3 months to get vocals on this project. So I'm excited that you finally have some in. And I'm ready for you to push this project forward and hear the final mix on it. So this is Unbreakable by Derek Bennett, featuring Sammy Bank. That's the vocalist that you're hearing. Derek's an amazing, specifically on the contemporary and cinematic side. He's a great producer. So definitely tap in with him if you're looking for some work in that space. Let's run this from the top, man. Let's get into it. Richie Things, welcome in. I appreciate you hopping in. Thank you so much for being here. Let's run it from the top.
I've been down and I've been broken, but every time I get back up, you're this way to try.
And it's F major, not F flat. Close though. Good ear. Yeah, F major. Okay, really quick. Okay, so I'm gonna run it from the top. I'm actually gonna back it up one more time. I think so. You kind of have an A and a B section to this verse structure here as you're getting through it. So you have like your first 8 measures. That's largely just piano, drone pad, your percussions, kind of filtered percussions, and your lead vocal. Beautiful. I would add one glue element. I think a low cello would be really nice on your B section for the next 8 bars, next 8 measures. Give yourself one glue just on the second section here, the second set of 8 measures leading into your first hook. So you can stair step those dynamics a little bit, create a subtle increase of just warmth and presence in the mix, and then you can naturally swell going into your first hook here. But I think if you keep the exact same dynamic for that full 16 bars, it is going to start to feel monotonous. It's going to start to feel too low for too long. And I don't want it to dynamically rise too much, but I do want it to increase in just a little bit of movement, just so there's some like dynamic anticipation pulling you later into the song. I think if it's too much of the same or too looped over, then it's going to feel too monotonous, right? Even though it's beautiful, right? Though everything that's there is really good, right? Everything that's in that mix is really nice. We need to just create a little bit more movement, a little bit more presence, and a little bit more energy to make sure that something kind of pulls us. It could be as simple as, so we're here, over to the D minor, to the B flat. So in this little pocket here, let me get into it. It could be percussive. I think like for me, it could be like a couple things. Yeah, she does have a fantastic voice. Really, really nice voice. I think you could do something really subtly percussive. It could be like drum rims, you know, with a bunch of, you know, delay on them, a little oversaturated, in tandem with like a low cello that follows the progression. Little things like that to just give it a little bit of movement and a little bit of flow. Jay Carter on YouTube said, I've just been jamming along and I don't have an F flat on my guitar. Well, F major, of course. I mean, F flat would be E. So if you're just open strumming E, that would be where you are, since F flat technically would just be the E major. But yeah, F major is the key that this current song is. F major, my fretboard confused me. It happens. It happens to the best of us. All right, let's run it from the top really quick. Yeah, 100. Yeah, I think rim hits would be cool. I don't mind the openness of this first intro, but after these first 4 measures, or 8 measures, I mean. I'll double check in a second. Then here. Right? Just a small percussive element to bring in just a little bit more energy. And then again, you're kind of building anticipation. You're kind of wondering where the structure is going to go, where the production movement's going to go. Just some little energy right there. And then in tandem to that, bringing in like a low cello on the, you know, probably like a F2 kind of at the bottom, right? A low cello to just kind of glue it together underneath there. So you create a little bit of percussive energy. So it's not so unrhythmic for the, you know, full 16 measures here. And then a little bit of glue underneath to kind of warm it up, build some depth, build some energy. Since right now you're relying on your high drone pad and your piano to carry all of the progression. Take the vocal step. Talk about how specifically, because that's a bit too general. I think based on this style, based on this genre, and the repetition of it, I think is probably best for where this song is pointed, and the environment that it's going to be consumed in. I think that's pretty typical for this genre. Since it's not like a modern pop record, I also don't want it to change too much. I think layering and changing melodically, changing percussively on the instrumentation will help. But I don't want too many changes early on, being that this is like more of like a worship contemporary setting. I want to make sure that like makes sense. I want to make sure that like all adds up with this kind of a song structure. Got you, Slout. I got you. Thank you so much, man. I would agree probably on like second verse. You know what I mean? I think establishing what the song is early on, you can maintain some simplicity because it's just not supposed to have that dynamic yet. And I want it to have room to grow. If you're immediately adding new melodies, adding vocal runs and stuff like that, that's constant new information. You're not establishing any structure or any repetition or any algorithm for that first part of the song. I like the idea I like the idea of having some separation from those early melodies on like a second verse or layers to like a second hook, right? So establishing your first melody base really strong so people get it, right? And then second verse kind of starting similar, but having some variation in melody, having some vocal runs as like ad libs to transition, specifically in your second verse and hook. To me, I definitely get what you're saying. I definitely get what you're saying. But I do think it's also important, especially for a contemporary song like this, to keep that first melody fairly simple and then add some meat over the top of it later on. And then Shloud, let me get you up, man. Shloud, I appreciate you so much, man. We're gonna do a giveaway here in just a second. Let's get to 10K likes, y'all. Let's get to 10K likes, and we're gonna do at least a 10 credit giveaway if we can get to 10,000 likes. So tap the screen, share out the live. Make sure you send in your heart me for the day, and we will be doing several giveaways today for some free credit up on the board. Shout out to Shloud as well, sending in some extra credit to help us out with these giveaways. And I'm gonna get you up on the board, and I think I have another one I want to get up on the board as well. So let me get through this song. Let's get through this consultation first, and then I'll update the board. I'll update for giveaways and stuff like that as well. But Shloud, I love you, man. Shout out to the family. Appreciate you so much. So even here, you have a lot more impact here. I definitely want, let's see, Jay Carter said the song has an ending feeling like the end of a movie. I feel that so much. I think it's a great description. I would love to hear some low end information here. I would love to get just like a classic 5-string finger bass, low F underneath there, create some energy at the bottom of this, bottom of this mix here, since you increase energy percussively and in the range of the vocal, but the far low one really doesn't increase in any weight at all. I would add in a low bass there just to fill that void, give you some warmth, give you some presence in the bottom end. And then I would probably empty out again going into your second verse. So you get a little bit of dynamic range there. Frank, welcome in.
Yeah, the fire tried to burn me, but it only made me shine. Every scar is now a story of strength that's truly mine. What they meant
There
to
is
be
gonna be, hold on,
my end.
give me a sec. Sorry, the line is doing some weird stuff. Let me get, okay, there we go. Now the line's working. I'm gonna update everything here in just one moment once I finish the song. But for some reason it was messing up on me. There is actually going to be, so you're hearing spot on. Yeah, there is going to be a choir that comes in. I'm assuming probably second hook forward, something like that. There is going to be a choir that comes in. So the way that I see you building out the structure of this, Derek, would be like we always talk about, stair-stepping dynamics. So yeah, for your first 8 measures, then you add in some percussion, you add in some low end, you add in the bass on the hook, you bring it back under control, but you added the bass. Love the bass, actually. I think that will can and should probably come forward a little bit going into the final mix and stuff. I really like that. Pulsing like 16th on the bass. That's really nice. I love the effect of that in there while still pulling out like the far low end. I think that's beautiful. Keep that as it is. And then second hook, you're not just going back to where the first hook was. You're adding in more percussion structure and potentially like a choir there and going forward in the outro of the song. So if you can just keep the dynamics shifting and the journey of the song shifting over the course of the record, I feel like you're going to be in a really good spot, because the last thing you want is for it to feel too monotonous, too looped forward. And I think you're already doing a good job of balancing a lot of those things, but I think there's still some nuance we can bring in there to make the song feel like it really strings you along, and it really feels like you're connected to the production and the energy of the vocal performance, instead of it being like too compartmentalized. If here's the low part of the song, here's the high part of the song, but there's nothing that kind of flows in between those moments. That's one thing that I would focus a lot on. Richie, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Yeah, TikTok is being, or not TikTok, CA has been a little bit interesting. I know, man. I know it's hard. This is one of the things. Starlight, thank you so much for the follow as well. I thank y'all for the love. I appreciate that. It's one of the things I love about this community, and I love about just even just like the way that we've structured these live streams is very conversational. That's why it's called Track Talk. It's not, we're not just here reviewing. We're not just spending 5 minutes on a song and I just say get a better mix and then we'll move on. Like I like spending some time talking about these records, answering questions, getting opinions, and kind of breaking down the structure of what's going on, because I feel like it brings community back into music instead of it being so incredibly isolating. And I think that's happening more and more and more as people are feeling less connected from other artists. They're feeling more competitive. They're feeling, more disconnected from like natural collaboration. We're no longer like going to studios anymore. We're doing everything more isolated at home. And even within that, people are now relying more on AI. That's a whole other conversation, which is even further isolating from the collaborative and creative process. And so I really think it is important to engage in like dialogue and information and just collaboration in music in these environments. To me, it's so important. It's one of my favorite things about these streams and this entire, just live structure here. It's really, really fun. So I appreciate y'all being here so much. All right, let's go a little bit further, Derek, and then I'm going to update lines here in just a moment.
The start of something new.
Lorena, welcome in. Yeah, that can be true. It's either that or they're roasting you. I want to hear this melody on the strings really quick. Let me hear this melody on the strings here really quick. Let's back it up. I think I barely hear it. I feel like there might be a bass in there. You would know. I think there might be a bass in there, but it's very, very quiet. If it exists there, it's extremely, extremely quiet. So I would either one, add what needs to go in there to build a little bit more low end information, or it just needs to be forward by like 4 or 5 dB, to like actually get it into the mix, even before you send it for a reference to the engineer, just so there is a better idea. Again, the better your production is, the better the sources, the better mix will be, the better the master will be. It's buried in, push it forward, because it's going to give you a better, more accurate image of your demo process to the engineer, and by default will be a more accurate mix based on your preferences and their professional instincts. So I would still push it forward to really, really get it into a space that feels more as close as you could get it to what you want the mix to be, without, obviously just spending your own 30 hours trying to mix it before it goes to the engineer. And I know your engineer is going to do a great job, but I want them to have the best idea possible of where things should sit before then. Jay Carter said it would be interesting if the song increased in tempo almost to a dance tune and went back to the slow outro again. That's an interesting thought. In this genre, that wouldn't be as typical. I don't mind the idea. I mean, I love interesting creative ideas as much as anyone. But I think in this genre, that would, in my opinion, kind of pull away from this kind of victorious, dramatic ballad, cinematic ballad that this is. You know what I mean? I think that's like and I also know Derek. I've heard 75 songs from Derek. And so I know a bit more of kind of his vision for the stuff. So I think that'd be interesting in general for a song to have that shift in tempo and BPM and then come back into a more emotional state as a score. In this case, I feel like I know more so his vision for the song just because I've worked with him a lot. And I think for them, they'd want it to be more consistently inspirational and kind of overcoming, dramatic, cinematic, so on and so on. Yeah, I think it is Richie. So that makes sense. That adds up. All right, let me catch up here real quick. Write a song for someone else or do a collab, so hard to find. That's so true, Rick. That's so true. These communities are great. You need to be connected to some good music to understand music. Yeah, that's true, Richie. I agree. You don't want to be surrounded by surrounded by just yes men, and pros and cons, right? Like pros and cons. You don't want to be, and this is the contrast, and this is why this community exists at all. This is why this community exists at all. I want to talk about like practical things, like actionable feedback. Here's a specific thing to target, and here's a specific solution that you can play around with on your own to find a really good structure for your music, right? So we're going to talk about analytical things. We're going to talk about mix. We're going to talk about production and vocal structure. We're going to talk about mixing if that's what we need. We're going to talk about, lyric and song formatting, so on and so on. But you do exactly what Richie just said. You do need to find a balance, because you will oftentimes find yourself in two worlds. You'll find yourself in two worlds where it's either no one's helpful at all and everyone's hyping you up and you have no idea why nothing's working for you. Everyone's hyping you up, like everyone's saying, dude, yeah, you're sick, dude. All your songs are so fire. Like you've got the bars, whatever. Everyone's hyping you up and you go to any live stream and they're just like, yeah, dude, you're phenomenal. Just keep crushing it. And then you go to the other end and it's just people trying to roast you and trying to cut you down and tear you down. And in between all of that is no real specific tools to actually just improve. So if you do need to work on your song structure, if you do need better structure to your lyrics and melodic variation and better pacing and energy on the microphone and stuff like that, how do we specifically tackle that? And if you're on the other end and your music is phenomenal, then we still need for everybody to actually understand the structure of that so they can improve too. I just think like people often live in like two different worlds. It's like either you're getting like roasted by people and torn apart and saying you're trash, so you never improve, or everyone's telling you you're great and you're perfect and you're awesome and you should just put it out. And I don't know why you haven't made it yet. And on that end, you're still not improving. It's like there's a middle ground between respecting people, honoring their vision for their music, also respecting their need for a creative outlet that maybe is saving their life right now. Like you don't know, right? So I think there is a balance. There's a balance in helping people, giving them tools, giving them practical steps to improve, and also respecting what they're doing creatively and what they utilize music to do. And I think both are really important. And too many different opinions. That's what I love being in chat. Yeah, 100%. 100%. I opened up my session. I didn't put any sub bass or anything. That's what I'm hearing then. That's what I was like, that's what I was saying. Like, if it's there, it's undistinguishable from anything else in the mix. So if it's there, it's basically not there. And if it's not, you need to add it. So in this case, I would add it. A sub bass could be good. I also just wouldn't mind like a finger bass, like I wouldn't mind just like a Fender P bass, nice and warm and present in the bottom, just holding on whole notes for the progression. I wouldn't mind that one bit at all. So sound is glitchy on TikTok. Not sure if it's just me. Let me know. I mean, TikTok is just kind of glitchy sometimes. Yeah. Very cool. If it is, try closing everything out. Space Us, welcome in. Movie Sean, welcome in. You can't drop links in the chat, but go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. You'll see all the steps there. Yeah, if it does end up being glitchy, then just try swiping out and swiping back in. And then, or you can close out the app and come back really quick. I'll give you a second just to test it. But yeah, if anybody does want to submit for a consultation, if you're on TikTok, go to my profile, click on the link, and then click on Track Talk Submission. If you're on Twitch, type ! Submit right there in the chat. And if you're on YouTube, then just go into the description of the live stream. Go into YouTube. Perfect. Got you. Garth, welcome in. I'm unbreakable. It's catchy. I'll give you that. Like a PB and J. I want more PB and J than the bread it sits on. Bread is the polar opposite, people. Yeah. Yep. Actually, really, the song is giving also wedding vibes, and to pay attention to the lyrics. So yeah, I mean, the feel wise, you get this like kind of cinematic structure to it. So I get that too. Derek is right there. Perfect, Derek. Thank you for hopping over to YouTube. Let's get into it. This is a great breakdown right here. This is a great break from your dynamics. This gives you some restraint. You have a lot of power behind the drums. Obviously unmixed. It's only going to be even better than you hear it here. Love the sequence that's introduced on the strings. That to me, immediate points. That's a great breakdown, a great dynamic change from these really full cinematic choruses that you have here. Love that. And I like the restraint that you have and the instrumentation as well, taking out some of those smoother elements to give it more punch and drive. I like that, especially being that this is unmixed. I like that structure a lot. Is that Theos? Welcome in. Yeah, I can't wait to get that balanced in because right now, just because of the current mix that you have, you don't really get any of the dynamic shift away from some of the mid instrumentation and going straight to the punch and the drive of the percussion that you have there, which are so impactful. Those tom rolls are great. I can't wait. I can't wait to hear that mix because it's gonna be a really dynamic part of the vocal structure here. She has great vocal range, really, really good vocal. not for this genre. Not for this genre. I know a ton of people, and worked with a ton of people that work in this genre, and have even had the opportunity to produce some, pretty, songs that have done decently well in this genre that I've composed on and been a session musician on and stuff like that too. And that's pretty typical. So a fairly simple, rule of welcome in a fairly simple verse structure that are fairly like open and repetitive, and then a hook that's really consistent, and then typically speaking a more wordy bridge. Like more often than not, I would say like 9 times out of 10, you're pulling from a lot of information to give context in these bridges and stuff like that. So I'm trying to look at this from now. If this was a pop song, I'd probably say yeah. If this was like a really simple repetitive hook with no bridge for like a rap record, I'd probably say yeah. If this was whatever, any number of other kinds of genres. But in this case, in this specific style, in this specific genre, that's very, very typical. Very, very typical. So it's right in line with most other songs in this space and in this genre. In fact, honestly, to be completely honest, this is not even that wordy compared to a lot of other songs in this genre that are much, 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 much more wordy than this is. There's a lot more like context, a lot more filler for the verses. There might be like 3 or 4 different verses. So imagine 2 more verses to this. So I'm not even, just based on strictly context in this style specifically, I'm not worried about it. But again, I'd have a different perspective if it was like a typical pop structure. Then I might have a different perspective on it for sure. Yeah. It really just depends on the genre, right? Like every genre is different, every perspective is different, right? And I appreciate the input. Man, it really just depends. It really just depends. And then, and I'll say there's a lot of nuance to that too, right? Because there will be some songs that you'll hear on pop radio that, and again, love or hate them, we might hate them, doesn't really matter. The market tends to speak, the industry tends to speak. They'll put money behind it. You'll find a pop song that's like so simple and like clean and cheesy. And you're like, this is like so simple. It's easy to learn. It's really, really just, easy to understand and palate. And then you'll have like some random Taylor Swift song that has like 4 verses and is all this like weird poetry no one can understand except for like her direct fans or something, right? And it'll be incredibly, incredibly wordy and weird and interesting. And so you'll kind of get like a full spectrum. That's why I can definitely understand like the nuance of an individual thinking a certain thing is either too cheesy and simple or too wordy and complex. And there's just such a broad spectrum in between genre to genre. You know what I mean? It kind of just depends on preference at that point, for sure. But I get it. Is this, this is Jay Carter on YouTube. Is this Kima, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Jay Carter said, is this a 1-4-5 chord progression? No, it'd be a 1-6-4. I think a 1-6-4, because I think the 6 minor comes next. Let's hear it. We're talking Nashville number system. Let's go, Jay Carter. I like it. So there's your 1 on the F major, 6 minor on the D minor. There's your 4, A sharp. And your 5. Yeah, so it's a 1-6-4-5. So you have a 1 major, 6 minor, 4 major, 5 major is the progression, at least for the hook right here. Hey here, fellow colleague from Serbia. Welcome in from Serbia. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it so much. How you feeling today? Let's go, man. Y'all give it up one time. Of course, I appreciate you. Thanks for the comment. Jason, welcome to the live stream as well. Y'all give it up one time for Derek Bennett. And welcome in from Germany. We're global here. We're global. Hey, y'all let me know if you're on Twitch, if you're on YouTube, if you're on TikTok, let me know where y'all are from. Where are you joining the chat from? I've seen people from all over here already. We got Serbia. We've got Germany in here. I know we have a couple of people from all around the States in here. Rick says Vienna, Austria. Let's go, man. That's so cool. We're hitting a global audience right now, which is so fun. I love it. You even doing pitch lessons? Yeah, we're talking about all kinds of different stuff here. It's that's what we're talking about with like a track talk. Like, there's a lot of like review spaces, right? Lots of Columbia's in here. Come on, y'all! Thank y'all so much for being here. That means everything to me. Thank you for that. Thank you so much for that, man. We got people from literally all over the world here. It's so cool. For those of you who care, I'm in Texas, USA. I'm in Austria over here. Thank you, Jay Carter. It's good to see you. I appreciate you being here over on YouTube. If y'all want to submit, sorry, I see that comment over on TikTok as well. If you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link and click on track talk submission, and then just read through and walk through all of the details right there. You'll see everything that you need in order to submit. For those of you who don't know, this live stream is called Track Talk. It's a 20 to 30 minute consultation. So it's not a quick play. It's not just like a pay to play or anything like that, or a quick review. There's no trash or pass. There's no ratings or polls. It's a 20 to 30 minute long form consultation. So we're going to listen to your track 2 to 3 different times. We're going to chop through the details. We're going to get into the nuance of it, spend 20 to 30 minutes of breaking down the mix or production or sound design, getting into lyrics and song formatting. But that really just depends on what you're looking for. Like Derek came in here wanting to focus on production. So we focused on production elements. Really just depends on what would give you the most tools and be the most beneficial to you, the most valuable to you. And that's the structure of the live stream. So if you would like to submit on Twitch, just go ! Submit in the chat. YouTube, go to my description, and TikTok, go to my profile, click on the link and click on Track Talk Submission, and you'll see everything that you need. Of course, Kima. Of course. Jason, same with you. Yeah, you can absolutely send in. We're just getting them running. I think this was our first one of the day. We got a couple other we got to get into. So if you would like to submit, just follow those steps and we'll get you up there. Let me just update this over here really quick. I think we've got. Let me know really quick who sent the 15 through the website. I want to make sure that I get the right name up on the board. Thank you so much for sending that in. I appreciate it. Jay Carter on YouTube said, what DAW are most of the subscribers using here? Y'all let me know. Derek Ableton uses Ableton. Beautiful. I personally use Pro Tools. Boom. There it is right there. There's my Sorry, it's all zoomed in over. I can switch this here. There you go. I use Pro Tools personally. I've used it for like 18 years. Shloud over on TikTok uses Ableton. Who else we got? Kima, if you go to my profile, click on the link and click on Track Talk Submission, you'll see the email right there listed, and you'll see the ways to send credit right underneath here. Jay Carter said Ableton there as well, and Studio One. Studio One is a fantastic DAW, especially for the mixing and tracking side. It's great. Rix says Logic. Let's go. Kima said FL. Shout out to Fruity Loops, 12 years, and BandLab for a few as well. We got all over here. All over. I love it, man. I love the variety. Y'all show some love. And then let me know really quick who sent the 15. Let me know who sent the 15 so I can make sure your initials are RE. I don't want to say the name because sometimes people don't like that. I don't want to hold on. Oh. No invites for this live. There we go. Hold on. Nova uses Reaper. Let's go. Okay, that's RX. Let me get you a Rix. Is it Rix? Do you go by Rix? Is that how you say it? Because I know it's just like the initials on there. I just want to make sure I get the right name up here. Perfect. Thank you. I want to make sure I get it right. So we got RX. Got you. Beautiful. Okay, so I've got Shloud, Rix, and Nova up on the board right now, ready to go. Shout out one more time to Derek Bennett. He's an amazing composer, great producer. If you're looking to work in the kind of contemporary... Oh, wait, let me switch back here. Let's get back. Hold on. There we go. I was like, wait, what's going on here? Okay, if you are looking to work in the contemporary and like cinematic space, I highly recommend you look in the direction of Derek Bennett and start working with him. He's very, very talented, has a great vision for his music, and I don't think you'll be disappointed. Let's double check a few things. Let me make sure I get everything updated. Braden, welcome in, Braden. I appreciate you hopping in. Derek said, so bass element and percussion in the beginning. Yeah, so I think like a low pad / string / cello early on. B section of your first verse paired with some percussive introduction. I think sticks would be, or like rims would be a really nice way to do that, or something similar. So the B section to your first verse, make sure that there is a bass and the structure of the hook, especially. I like the structure of your second verse, but make sure over your production on both hooks that you do have a bass element in there. You have some low end energy. You mentioned a sub bass, that or just a classic finger bass would work really well to build the intensity in the structure there on both of your hooks. And I think that was largely it. I'm pretty sure if I'm remembering. And of course, you're on YouTube. You can go back through the VOD too, if that helps. You can go back and reference the VOD and try to see if there's any other details that maybe I missed that I wasn't keeping track of there in the list. But yeah, those are the two main things for me. That's the main thing for me. Quick question in between. Do you know how to do live streams with autotune and music on TikTok? I mean, you just have to be able to run sound through a program that has autotune, right? So like in this case, I'm working in Pro Tools. So technically speaking, I could add autotune to my vocal and sing, and it would run through my interface and straight to OBS. In this case, I have OBS, and that's where I'm running to YouTube and Twitch, and then it goes to another computer right here where I do TikTok, which is a separate computer on this side that I send the music to. Okay, let me update a couple questions here, and then I believe I can fly. All right. Do you make reactions on music? Real, is it Gaffa? Am I saying that correctly? Thank you so much for hopping in. So what these are 20 to 30 minute consultations. So I guess in some sense it is a reaction, but it's a lot more in depth than that. It's about 20 to 30 minutes per song. We're going to actually listen to your song multiple times. We're going to go like 2 to 3 times through your song and really get into the details and the structure and the dynamics of your music. Depending on what would be the most valuable to you, we'll talk about the mix, production, sound design, lyrics. We're going to get into the details and the nuance of it. So if that's interesting to you, you can definitely go to my link. And then you can just follow the track talk submission form right there. Let me catch up on some details here, and then Slough, just make sure you're in the chat. Let's see. Can you check my song? Yeah, Gaffa, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on track talk submission. Let's see. Acoustic gymnastics. Thank you so much for hopping in. I appreciate you being here. New follower. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Rapper, so I'm amazed. Let's go, Kima. Let's go. Is it Sykes? Am I saying that correctly? Thank you so much for hopping into the live stream. Same thing. If you would like to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and you'll see everything you need right there. Sokka's in the building. Sokka, thank you so much for being here. These are Focals. They are Focal Clear MGs. Some of the best headphones I've ever heard in my life. They're absolutely fantastic. I also have some Focals in the room here that I use for production monitoring, but these are top notch. I've had them for a couple years, and there's no going back. They're pretty phenomenal. Let's go. Acoustic gymnastics, making music right now. I love to hear it. Absolutely love to hear it. Let's get into some more music. We've got, I'm going to throw up the line. Give me a second. So I'm going to switch this. Give me one moment. Let me switch back over here. Let me throw up the line so we can see where we're at. Let me see where my line is. Give me just one moment here. I'm unbreakable. It's catchy, Derek. It's stuck in my head now. Damn, I think about getting the Bathist. Yeah, I think those are more on, I say more on the consumer side. They're still like $800, right? But I think from my understanding and just the research that I did, because these are, as you know, they're insanely, there's like $1,500 headphones. They're so insanely expensive. I tested a lot of stuff, and I went through a lot of different just reviews and breakdowns and all kinds of stuff, and tested these against a couple other pairs. And my understanding, those were like a little more on the consumer end. You know what I mean? Again, still very expensive and still incredibly high quality. They weren't as pure for from a referencing standpoint. That was my very loose understanding, that they weren't as pure from a referencing standpoint. These are just insane. So I tested these against the HD 600s from Sennheiser, as well as the Beyerdynamic DT 1990s, which is their open back headphones, and the Neumann NDH30s, which are their open back reference headphones, mixing headphones. And these to me were just so incredibly pure and balanced and open and accurate. They made listening to the music that you were making feel accurate. So it still brought issues forward because they're very, very detailed and sensitive, but were still very enjoyable to listen to. So it wasn't like you were like hearing things and you're just like, you could still balance things and create a really, really good reference point for everything. But it feels so good to listen to music with you. It's very hard to explain. So incredibly accurate. The soundstage is wide and open. It's almost like using monitors in a room. They're really, really, really amazing. I mean, they should be for the price. Like I said, they're like $1,500. They're insane. But I've never heard any pair of headphones that compares. They're so phenomenal. I don't think you'll be disappointed in the Bathist, but these are they're something else, man. They really are something else. I would definitely, if you do a lot of production, mixing and production, I would encourage you to try out the NDH30s from Neumann. If I didn't get these Focals, I would get the NDH30s. I tested those. Phenomenal sound. They're very, very high quality. You can listen for hours. Fantastic bass response. They're very, very nice, and about half the price of these. So I would definitely recommend those as well. All right, I have AKG headphones. Shout out to AKG. Love AKG. They're fantastic as well. Are they open back or closed back? These are open back. So I bought these specifically to be able to like mix anywhere. Even though I do have monitors in the room, I don't mix on them very often because I'm not in like a perfect room for mixing. This is my production studio and it is treated. I have a cloud. I've got heavy duty curtains. I've got, panels and stuff on the wall and all that great stuff, but it's not like a really, really pure room for mixing. So I got these a couple years back when I was traveling a lot and I was moving around a lot so that I had a consistent reference point that was incredibly high quality. No matter where I could be on vacation and be mixing the same. That's one of the reasons why I got these. And you would always want open back for that. You're going to get a much more accurate stereo image that way. Okay, let's get into Doug Riley's in the building. Doug, thank you so much for the heart me. I appreciate you so much. We have some music to get to. We've got one of the family in the building. We have Shloud in the chat. Shloud, I see that you're here. You just answered it a second ago. Let's get into it. All right, this says, listen to Avalon by Shloud on SoundCloud. I believe it's close to mix and master stage. I know there are some elements that are loud, I believe. Okay, let's get into it. Shloud, any other details? Let me know. Any other details? Let me know. Give me some nuance, whatever, feels interesting to you to let people know, even not me, let people know in the chat. We're in it. We're going, we're moving, we're chilling. All right, let's get into it. Shloud's one of the family. He's been a part of this live stream community for like, I don't know, 2.5 years, Shloud. I love you so much, man. I'm so glad that you're here. Thank you so much for your generosity, y'all. I need y'all to keep tapping the screen because if you keep tapping the screen, we're going to be doing some giveaways, some credit giveaways. Partially because of Shloud as well. Shloud was so generous, sent in some extra to help put some people on the board. So we got to get to 10,000 likes. If we can get to 10,000 likes, we'll be giving away at least $10 in credit and maybe multiple times over the course of the live due to just the support and the generosity of the community. But let's get into it. Let's get into it. And if you would like to submit, is it Noah? Thank you so much for hopping in. Go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. You'll see everything that you need right there. This is Avalon by Shloud. Yeah, make this 30 BPM faster, and you got sexy, and I know it. All right, let's run it back. Let's go, Shloud.
Welcome to the end of the world.
The most people are on TikTok, Jay Carter, but YouTube or Twitch is definitely the best platform for the viewing experience. TikTok's a little bit limited. They just crush the quality.
Welcome to the end of the world.
really could, especially with that vocal. Yeah, exactly, Jay Carter. Ibiza vibes. I like the ARP. That's nice. I could also hear like a synth wave. Slow this down by like 15 BPM, put some Kavinsky drums behind it. I haven't, Doug. I haven't. Joy B, welcome in. It's time for the drop. I like that pitch bend. Maddie, welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. How y'all feeling today? Thank you so much. Jay Carter, I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much. Hold on. Let's go build up. Yeah, there's some stuff that still needs to be kind of balanced out. Jay, do you want on the board, Jay? Hold on. Okay, yeah, this is nice. This is a nice change right here. This is a nice change. Jay Carter, I'm gonna get you up on the board, man. Thank you so much. I just saw that, man. I appreciate you. So much, Jay. It means so much, man. I appreciate you. I have you on the list in case you're going to send something in. Joe Ram, welcome in.
Welcome to the end of the world.
That's so incredibly generous of you, man. Thank you so much, man. That does not go unnoticed. I appreciate you. I can't wait to hear something from you. Thank you for the love. Yeah, there's a lot of different like hybrids of styles of electronic music in here. And it's a nice, like, long, well-structured set, too. Like, this is good for a set. We're so back, Kimura. Welcome in, baby. Good to see you. Jory, I'm going to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. I would love to hear what you got. Y'all give it up one time for the family. That is Shloud. The song is called Avalon. It's not out yet. It's still kind of in the mixing phase, getting closer to like mix and master. So still in the early production phase. But really quick, before we move on, I've got to give a special thanks to Jay Carter. Thank you so much for your donation, man. I appreciate you so much. Does not go unnoticed. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the support. And just welcome to the family, man. Welcome to the Vibe Tribe. Genuinely appreciate what you do so much. If you're on any other platform, if you're on YouTube, Twitch, or on TikTok, drop some W's in the chat for Jay Carter. I appreciate that so much. This is Shloud. Kimura, thank you for the roses over on TikTok. I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you for the love. Is it Joram? Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you hopping in as well. If anybody would like to submit for a consultation, not just a play, but a full consultation, then definitely go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. There, you'll see all of the details of the structure of the live and what we do, and the whole kind of reasoning behind all that we do here in the Track Talk live stream. That was Shloud by Avalon. Let's get into it. I want to talk about a couple little bass lines later into the song, making sure they match with the progression, so there's not too much unbeneficial like dissonance and tension, right? Again, tension's a good thing. It can be an amazing thing. But sometimes it doesn't lend itself to like the weight of the track and the presence of the track. So I want to make sure that those bass lines that match, I think on your second breakdown, that they all line up with your progression and it all makes sense. There's some really great sound design in here, some really great balancing. But there's a couple little details I want to break down. So show some love to Shloud and their track Avalon. We're going to run it from the top and get into the details. And then also real quick. Okay, so let me move this real quick. Let me update the list. We got Shloud. And then also shout out to Shloud. They donated some extra to help y'all out and get someone up on the list for free, or at least a boost on the list for free. So if you would like to do a giveaway, of some free credit to help y'all out and get you up on the board, again, shout out to this amazing community. Always so incredibly just generous and amazingly supportive of everybody here. Not just myself, but every artist in here. I appreciate that so much. So make sure y'all are tapping the screen. We've got to get to 10,000 likes. Once we get to 10,000 likes, we'll give away $10 in credit. So shout out to the family. Appreciate y'all so much. Is it Minnie? Thank you so much for hopping here. I appreciate you being in the live stream. So make sure y'all are tapping the screen, share out the live with a few people. Memorial Drive, welcome in. Jay Clef, welcome in. We got some amazing people coming into the chat. So thank y'all for being here. Let's keep it going. Shloud, let's run it back from the top. Jay Carter over on YouTube. I know it's a little lonely over there, but hey, you get to own the whole service over there. I would love for YouTube to grow a lot more. And in that same vein, a quick reminder, what's up, Jenna? Welcome in. That just a quick reminder that all of these VODs are saved to YouTube as well. They're saved to Twitch for 2 weeks, but as a platform, these are all saved to YouTube. So if you're on TikTok or Twitch or YouTube and you want to go back and reference, maybe we talked about something in your chat, you indefinitely can go and restream that live stream, find your track, and go through all the details that we talked about. Every once in a while, I'll also clip down some of these to just post specific consultations that we did, just so you can go back and like find. I've only done like a few, but I need to work on it. It's so much work to do all of the 50 billion things that I'm doing. So I gotta figure out how to do that in a reasonable way. But that'll be happening a lot more as well. I'm writing home. If anyone asks questions, but I'm home now. They were loving it. They were vibing with it. And let's get into it. Exactly, Rix. You don't have to screen record it if you don't want to. It's going to be on Twitch and YouTube. That makes it a lot easier, and you can go back literally at any point and reference it. All right, let's get into it. Jay Carter said, "Do you have any music production courses or tutorials?" That's one of the things I really want to work on, Jay Carter. I want to do a lot more of that. I have some random YouTube videos on synthesis. I have a really detailed EQ video that'd probably be the closest thing to it. It's like a 27-minute video, literally just on EQ, the language behind EQ and how to use it. I want to do more stuff like that. I just haven't had a ton of time. I would love to have more time because I love making content like that. I love making just like free tools and stuff like that y'all can tap into on YouTube specifically, where you can do a lot more of that. So if that would be Jay Carter, if like having like music production, like tutorial videos and stuff on YouTube would be really valuable to you, let me know. Like y'all, you're okay, cool. Yeah. If that's something like on any of these platforms, on YouTube, Twitch, or TikTok, if y'all want more like tutorial kind of production videos, like, I mean, people ask me all the time, like, how do I stereo record acoustic guitar? How do I mic a guitar amp? What's the best way to track vocals? What's the best way to the simplest way to build a production structure? Like how to build a format for a pop song, whatever it is, right? People are always asking these questions, and I sometimes don't know how much interest there actually is in a long, a 20-minute video, 30-minute video of breaking down how to build a production and how to improve your productions and stuff like that. So if y'all are interested in that stuff, please let me know in the comments. Please let me know throughout the live stream as well what kind of stuff would be beneficial for you, because I love making that stuff. I just sometimes don't know the interest until someone tells me. Red Cat, welcome in. Thank you so much for hopping in. Let's get into it. Let's run it from the back from the top. Shloud, this is Avalon. Let's dive in from the beginning. Let's get it, man. Really quick, I know you're getting closer to the mix and master phase. You have a lot of weight right here in the sub range, 60 hertz and below, 40 hertz and below. I would potentially clean that up slightly. Now, I want it weighty, I want it punchy, I want it impactful, all of those things. Kamora, thank you for the I'm readies. I appreciate all of your gifts over on TikTok. Sorry, I just saw those. Thank you so much. It means everything to me. I appreciate the love, appreciate your generosity. But I would just rebalance that slightly. It's really, really heavy. Your kick already has a lot of energy. It already, it's really, really transient. It's nice and sharp, and it still has a lot of low end energy. You really don't need that much more punch. I think you could probably let off the gas of your sub harmonics, right? Like this sub bass underneath everything, and allow that kick to carry it, and basically just allow that sub bass to be like the tail of the kick. You have a sharp kick and it tails with the bass a little bit. You could probably reduce any boost that you have in the low end down a couple dB, or just bring down that bass just 1.5 to 2 dB, so on and so on. Let's see, Jay Carter said, Avalon means the Isle of Apples, a mythical, magical island paradise from Arthurian legend where the King Arthur was taken after his final battle to heal. See, this is why the internet's a beautiful place. Who would have known? Who would have known? I didn't realize that the vocal chain that I used to have, or that I want to have, was based on apples, the Isle of Apples. That's beautiful. Shout out to the Avalon 737. Hi Torvik, I don't think you have enough keyboards. I think you're so right, AIML. I don't have enough. They're just they just fill the screen, especially on TikTok. They just fill the screen on TikTok. And what's so funny, ML, is that's half of them. I've got the mini log, I've got the Poly D, I have the SK1, the Keystep Pro, the Juno 106, the Triton Atlee. You can't see over on this side. You actually can't see. There's another one. There's a DX21 on that, the Yamaha DX21 on that side. And then over here, there's my actual MIDI controller, which is the Keylab Essential 61. Then I have the Donner B1. I have the Pro 800, the K2, and the Pro 1 over here on this side. It's crazy in here. It's crazy. It's my candy land. It's amazing. It's so fun. Naomi, welcome in. Thanks for hopping in. Okay, let's get back into the track. But it's kind of it's crazy in here. I'm looking at the ASM Hydrosynth. Get it. I have never personally played one. But I know someone who has it, and they swear by it, especially for the price. They really, really like it. So if you're on the fence, mess around with it. The beautiful thing, I got a P525. Let's go. The beautiful thing about decent quality analog synths is they do not lose value. It's one of the best parts of it. I got a great deal on this Juno 106, and I could make money on it right now if I sold it. This DX21, I could make money if I sold it. The SK1, I could for sure make money if I sold it. The Poly D, I got it open box, and I got it new open box. I could still make money on it selling it used. A really good quality analog synth does not lose value. The only ones that might sometimes would be maybe some of the cheaper Casios or the cheaper Behringer stuff. But even the Behringer stuff, I have 3 more Behringer. I have some higher quality stuff back here, but I have 3 Behringer synths over here: the Pro 1, the Pro 800, the K2. I could literally sell those for what I got them, and those are the cheapest ones. Those are $200-$300 synths. Those are cheap. I could literally sell those for what I got for them, and so good. That's one of the biggest benefits, right? That doesn't exist with plugins, right? and I like plugins. I use a lot of plugins. I have a bunch of synth plugins, but it really, it's really nice. So that's the beautiful thing is like, if you want to try analog synths, you can try them and get out of it. Like go buy a Poly D for, you know, $500-600. And you're like, oh dude, it's just not my workflow. It just doesn't make sense for me, and get out of it. And you'll literally be fine. You won't have to worry about a single thing. Hold on. I need to finish this track, and then I need to get a charger for my phone as well. Stupid question. If it's MIDI, no, there are no stupid questions. There are no stupid questions. If it's MIDI and you plug it in, why do we need? If it's MIDI and you plug it in, why do we need more keyboards? Yeah, okay. I think I see what you're saying. So like I have a MIDI controller right here in front of me, right? This controls all of my VSTs. And technically I have some MIDI routed back here, not a lot of it. But I have some MIDI routed back here. So I technically could use my MIDI controller to control those, but the same thing would apply where in this case, I'm still utilizing their analog circuitry, right? So all of these, some of these are digital, right? But like there's some digital effects and stuff over here, but all of these synths here behind me have analog circuitry, right? So they have like distortion circuitry and analog choruses, especially like this Juno 106 from like 1985, analog choruses and stuff like that. Analog filters, like step filters and stuff like that are classic for like Moog, which is kind of what they have here in the Poly D, stuff like that. Those are all analog. So the tone is very specific, right? It's a very specific sound and tone and texture, different kinds of filters, different transformers, different circuitry for choruses and distortion, different circuitries with how they process each of the oscillators, and how many sound chips and like voices are there for each of those oscillators, right? So some of these are monophonic, some are paraphonic or duophonic, some are polyphonic, like the Juno 106 is a 6-voice synthesizer. And so that's all specific to those synthesizers. And so it just kind of depends, right? The reason why so I've been playing piano for, since I was 6 years old, classically trained pianist. I've been playing piano my entire life. So I really like having a key bed, right? Which is why most of my synthesizers here have a key bed. There are a lot of like high-end synthesizers, you know, Prophets, even the ASM Hydras, Oberheims, stuff like that, where they make desktop versions where it's just the module, it's just the brain, and then you use this keyboard here and you run it through MIDI and you control the analog sound. That I do as well. So on this side of the room, whoops, I'm breaking stuff over here, sorry. On this side of the room that you can't see, I have desktop synths, just like what you're talking about, where I have 3 analog synths, the Pro 800, which is a polyphonic synth. I have the K2, which is monophonic, and the Pro 1, which is monophonic. Those 3 synths have no keyboard. They just are the module. They're just the brain. And then I use this keyboard to control them. But then I use the analog circuitry, I use their filters, I use their sequencer, whatever it may be, to create the tones, the, ring modulation, the pulse width modulation and stuff like that. So to me, that's what, that's kind of all of the different things that I have going on here. But I think, NTL, thank you so much for the follow. I know I'm on a rant here, Sloud. I got to get back to your song, but y'all get me started on synths and it's game over. This is y'all's fault. This is your fault. You get me started on synths and my brain goes to mush. It's one of my, the things that I kind of swear by for me personally. This is not a rule for anybody else out there. One of the reasons why I personally like analog synths versus just using plugins all the time, although I do use plugins all the time. I'm not like against plugins and analog is everything. I have plugins of the analog synths that I have and I still use them sometimes. Sometimes the input is just easier and there's just something I can get to really quickly versus dialing in an analog sound and having to come back and forth between the computer. So I like both, but I feel like I personally it's not that the synth alone sounds just better than the plugin, although I do think it does more often than not. It's also that I think I sound better on the synth than I do on the plugin, if that makes sense. Like, I think I make more creative, more interesting, more nuanced decisions with a tactile format or form factor in front of me than I do like playing a mini moog on the screen and then like automating the cutoff with like a line in Pro Tools and then being like, oh, that cutoff wasn't where I wanted it to be. So I like click and drag it down and I have to re-edit and undo that and move it over here. Like, I just don't like that. I'd rather sit there and like play a crazy 80s sequence on the bass and then flip on the oscillator and then slowly turn down the cutoff till it's perfect and then increase the resonance till it's doing all of the crazy stuff that I want it to do. That's way more fun and way more interesting to me. And I feel like I make better music doing that than I do if I'm just clicking and dragging stuff. Although I can still get a great sound clicking and dragging stuff. And I do a lot of times. Anyways, side note. Let me catch up on a couple things here. Kimura, it's brutal. It's brutal. It's almost midnight here. Thanks for hey Rix, I appreciate it. And just a quick reminder, just in case. All of this is listed in the form. If for any reason you need to sleep, you need to work, you need to leave for any reason, you got to get up early. You never have to worry about missing out on your breakdown. I will never listen to your music without you. If you happen to go, you need to leave for any reason. I will always save your credit to a detailed list that I have right here in front of me, just in case you got to go. And then literally you hop back in tomorrow. I throw it straight. You just say, hey, I'm here from yesterday. I throw you straight back onto the board and you're ready to go. You never have to worry about like, if I sleep right now, I'm going to miss my song. If you got to go, just let me know. I'll immediately save your name and your credit to my list. That way, you know exactly where you are. Okay. Sorry. Let me catch up on a few things real quick. Elise, thank you so much for hopping in. Go to my profile, click on the link and click on Track Talk Submission. You'll see all of the details right there. You don't record them over MIDI. And sometimes I do record them over MIDI, but I'll still use the analog circuitry. Jay Carter said, I'm an 80s kid. Synth music was in my milk. Oh, it's like literally my favorite thing in the world. I'm not an 80s kid. I'm 94. I'm 94. And I all of the stuff that I love the very most is all 80s stuff. I mean, I Depeche Mode, Tears for Fears, early Kavinsky records, like that's the, even like more modernly, like the Midnight stuff like that. That's my jam. That's my jam. Okay, let me see. Content ID, using analog would probably be better. With like content ID and like copyright stuff like that, you can use any sound. That doesn't really matter necessarily because the sounds of a synth are not copywritten. So you can use anything. So it could be a VST, it could be analog synth, and it really doesn't make a difference. But I mean, there's going to be more every time I turn on one of those synths, it's a little bit different. You know what I mean? Like it's real analog circuitry. So it's a bit different, but okay, let me see. Sorry, catching up here. It's a little glitchy. Do I have a favorite? And let me catch up on some of these questions really quick. Do I have a favorite out of all of them? My favorite synth that I have here is, let me switch over. Give me one sec. I'm going to switch here. Boom. That one right down there. So it's a Juno 106. Tyler, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Yeah, my favorite one that I personally own here is the Juno 106. I got that, a couple years ago, and it was one of my dream synths, one of my like bucket list synths then, and I finally was able to get my hands on one, and I'm so grateful. I think it's one of the best sounding synths in the world. If you ever have a chance to actually get one, Franz, thank you so much for the rose. I appreciate it. If you ever get a chance to play a Juno 106 and that gorgeous chorus on that thing. What a beautiful chorus. It's so good. I highly recommend it. It's a beast. And there's other phenomenal synths out there, but that's my favorite. I would say probably the Juno 106 and then probably the Poly D as far as like the ones that I currently have. But I'm kind of in the process of, J2, welcome for the Philippines. Thanks for hopping in. Of all the synths that I have, I'm kind of in the process of maybe potentially selling a couple of them and just getting a few that I really, because I've just acquired a lot of stuff in here. I have like 3 drum sets. I traded out one of them. I'm trying to get rid of the other 2. I'm trying to like consolidate a lot of my setup here to just have stuff that I use all the time. I had like 4 different sets of cymbals. I really only use like 2 of them. So I'm going to like sell those 2 or trade those 2 for another synth or something. Like I want to consolidate a little bit and have a little bit less muddiness in here and have, something that's just a little bit more polished. So I would love to, I'm probably going to sell love from Uganda. Welcome in, Uganda. We're so global today. It's amazing. Thank y'all for being here. I'm probably going to sell the DX21 and maybe the Triton and get a DX7 because that's another phenomenal 80 synth. Really want a DX7. I might sell the K2 Pro 1 and the Pro 800 and maybe the Mini Lock, maybe, and get like a Prophet 5, something that I want to consolidate and just have like 4 or 5 synths that I just love and use every single day and like really, utilize to the max. Okay. I'm sure I'm missing some questions in here, but I've got to get back to this track because we got Shloud waiting in here. The Prophet 5 is a beast. It's one of my dream synths after the Juno 6, and I'll get a DX7 probably next. But let's get into it. I'm also impressed by your t-shirt. Any links? Actually, this was given to me, so I actually have no idea where it's from. I'm so sorry. But I'll step back for a second. Take a screenshot of it if you want to. I'm not trying to be weird. Take a screenshot of it and then just Google image search it. And maybe you'll find something. It was a gift, and I actually have no clue where it came from. Let's see. Thundy the Griffin, thanks for hopping in over on Twitch. I want a Poly 6. Oh, I've been looking at a Poly 6 and also an Op 6. I've been looking at an Op 6 from Korg as well for a smaller, more mobile FM synthesizer that I can take on the road. But the Poly 6 is dope too. Really cool. Let's go. I recommend that you look for photos on how they look inside. Let's go. All right, Shloud, let's get into it. We got to focus on the music, y'all. Come on. Old Science Band, welcome in.
Welcome to the end of the world.
Issa, welcome in. How you feeling today, y'all? Keep tapping the screen. We got to get to 10K for the giveaway. Tap the screen. If y'all would like to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission to get a full consultation.
Welcome to the end of the world.
Definitely. I wouldn't say so. You're on 4 minutes and 67 seconds. Or no, 67 seconds. It doesn't make sense. 4 minutes and 47 seconds. This is Shloud right above you. That's not long for like most of this genre. I mean, I'll hear songs in this genre for a set that are like 6.5 minutes long with an extended outro. So I think it just depends on the context. If you want this more playlisted, then I would maybe try to cut this down to about 3 to 3.5 minutes. If you want this to be more for a set, to be performed with, to be in the background at a club or whatever, then you can definitely get away with a song that's 4.5 to 5 minutes long, just because the context and the environment is very different. So I wouldn't worry about it. I would just decide what the context is, right? Like, again, we have a lot of producers that come in here in this genre, and sometimes it's 6-7 minutes long, but it's for a set, right? It's for the background of a club and everyone's kind of vibing and moving and whatever. It's less that it's like a radio ready structure, you know what I mean? A polished structure for playlisting or radio where you're going to want it to be, 2.5 minutes long. Or, the other option that I think would be helpful for you would be to just do it like an edit of this track, right? Take this track, release it at 6 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever you want to do, long form, and then do a cut down. Just do a cut down. Saul, stop. Don't do it. Don't do it, Saul. Get out of here. God. Goodness gracious. No, you too, Kimura, everybody. Goodness gracious. Stop. I know. I'm whatever. I just don't even think about it. I don't even think about it. And until someone's like, oh, really? So, okay. I'm like, Jesus. Pablo Picasso style print available in poster form. Ooh, let's go. I like that, Jay Carter. Goodness gracious. What does this world come to? Let me track these questions. Does sync care about length? Yes, definitely. Most of the time when you're getting a sync prompt for like a library, ideally you're probably going to be under 2.5 minutes, just because they need structure and they need breakpoints. There's really no point in having something 6 to 7 or 8, I got to keep moving so it doesn't stay there, minutes long, and no real ability to break down that structure, right? You need edit points, you need chops, you need, very clear ability to find breakpoints in that song so that they can take just one part of it. If it's like run on for 2.5 minutes on a big breakdown, there's not really too much of an ability to really like compartmentalize that and use it in sync. So I think more often than not that this doesn't happen, not that it doesn't happen, but more often than not, most of the tracks that I've ever worked on for a library in any capacity have been like 2 to 2.5 minutes long. They're pretty like pretty concise. And this is even rock. Like I was brought on to track vocals for like a rock library. And most of those songs are like two and a half minutes or so. So yeah, I would keep things, fairly concise if you're wanting to get, placed in a library and do some work with sync. Love all the sound design here. Okay, let's get into the next breakdown here because I want to find that chord. I got to move on. I know I'm ranting a lot, but we got to get into some music here. So let's keep it moving. Coming never, welcome in. So good to see you. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Y'all, we got to keep tapping the screen. We're only 1,200 likes away from a giveaway, so keep tapping the screen. Share out the live with a few people. Don't forget to send in your heartbeat for the day. Coming never, thank you so much for the roses. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, let's get into this breakdown right here. This is, I think, my favorite part. Also, your synth sound design changes are chef's kiss. Beautiful. Probably because they take more of an 80s edge, which I like a lot, so... It's a little more granular in here. Love that pitch bend. Beautiful. D Busy, welcome in, D Busy. Hey, thank you for the fest pop coming never. I appreciate the gifts. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And thank you for the follow as well. It means a lot. Nice sampling on the vocal, come on. Thank you, man. Little false drop here, which is kind of nice. I appreciate you so much, D Busy. Thank you, man. Okay, so here's the last little part. Last little part I want to get into. There might be an 808 earlier on, but I think it's mostly like sub bass and synth bass, if I'm like hearing correctly. There might be an 808 snuck in there a couple times, but I think it's more often than not like a sub and a synth bass stack. Okay, so really quick, I want to listen for the bass progression over the other progression. There's two things I'm listening for. Sub and synth. Perfect. Yes, the Sloud said over on YouTube, sub and synth. Like how I just pop in here and don't say anything. It's 6. I know, I'm literally just out of the shadows. Just 6-7. Have they been saying that all day too? Absolutely. Yeah. All genres, all levels of preparedness. We're gonna hear it all over the board. I mean, literally, we came from like a contemporary worship song to like a EDM hit. So we're gonna be all the way across the board here. And who knows what's coming after this. We're going to all different genres, all different levels of quality and preparedness. Thank you for the follow. Okay, so let me hear, so it's the G minor. Whoops, not that. Okay, so I think here's what's happening on this bass line right here, just kind of based on what I'm hearing. There's a couple things that are kind of layered on top of each other. And again, I think most of your sound design is really, really nice. It's like very simple, but it's engaging and it's dynamic. You have a lot of good dynamic range in the song. What I'm hearing is you have your low bass that's doing kind of low octave. And then what happens is most of the other production structure, most of your other chords and arpeggios and stuff move to the D minor. So they're doing here, D sharp, F, D minor, and they're having a really natural float down there. The bass then shifts to the 1. It shifts to the A sharp, right? So you have the G minor, D sharp, F, and then A sharp, and then kind of like walks down to the G minor again. Everything else kind of went Everything else kind of went to the D minor over the top. So you get a little bit of mud. Again, there's kind of a difference between like positive and negative tension in the song structure, where sometimes the tension like works really well in creating something that feels good to listen to, no matter if it's like kind of has an interesting tension or a different chromatic structure than everything else. Like the notes are kind of off, but it works really well. In this case, it's your bass line that's actually changing. It's your bass line that is kind of determining your progression. And that's the one that's changing into a different note than all the other production structure that you have there. Drawing Room, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. So what I would probably do is, instead of going to, in my opinion, again, I'm not here to like change your song or to, you know, change what you feel like works really well for your song structure, but I would love to just hear them either all follow the A sharp, walk down, back down to the G minor again, or have them all move down to the D minor as, like in this case, the kind of the sixth below it. So let me run this back really quick. All this follows. So there you hear it again. Let me hear the last chord one more time. Yeah, so you hear it kind of do a, and then kind of move to the G minor again. So I would probably on the bass line just have the G minor, D sharp, F, trying to feel like which way you could follow that. I'd probably just move it down to the D minor to follow the rest of the progression. Yeah, I can definitely play from, I can play from pretty much anything that y'all send me. If it's on Spotify, send Spotify. If it's on SoundCloud, YouTube, whatever, if it's an MP3 wave, really no limitations as long as I have access to the file. As long as I have access, I'll listen to whatever y'all send me. There's that one little like passing note of tension right there. So if there is anything, Sammy, thank you for, or Sanny, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Yeah, if there's like one little thing that I think is creating some tension in here, it's the mismatch of the bass progression versus the chord progression, and they're being mismatched. Now, like I mentioned before, if there's a lot of moments of variation and tension in your song structure throughout the course, it might like work better, right? But it's because everything's like pretty simple and clean and structured and lined up. And then all of a sudden there's just like one note that's in the wrong key or one chord that's not matched. That's what makes it feel like it's out of place versus the whole song has like some tension, some emotion, whatever. This is pretty strict as far as like the way you've structured the progression and your melodies. So I feel like it would be better to just keep all of that lined up and not create that tension. Unless you want to create it with a lead element. The bass is such a foundational part of this production structure that I feel like if that's out, then you're just going to feel it so much more than if it was like a lead melody that changed a little bit. It doesn't carry as much weight in the production as, of course, your main two bass lines do. That's where I would dig in just a little bit. All right. Let me answer some questions here really, really quick. Dun, dun, let's see. I see Taryn. Thanks for hopping in. Drawing Room. Coming never. Thank y'all so much for hopping in. I really appreciate y'all being here. Thank you for tapping into the live stream. If y'all are wanting to submit your music for a consultation, go to my profile, go to my profile, click on the link and click on Track Talk Submission. Read through. Follow all of the steps there and you'll see all of the details of the structure of the live and kind of what we do here in the whole format of the Track Talk live stream. And if you have never been here before, if you're coming in for the first time, I appreciate you so much. These are 20 to 30 minute consultations. These are long form consultations, sometimes more because I like to rant. But that's why it's called Track Talk, not Track Talk Fast. That's stupid. Don't listen to that. But it is a 20 to 30 minute consultation where we're going to get into the details of your mix and master, production elements, sound design, lyric and song structure, so on and so on. We're going to spend 25 to 30 minutes listening to your song multiple times to help offer some actionable feedback and some real genuine advice on the structure of what you're doing creatively. And for some of you who maybe haven't been here before, I see a lot of new faces, new names in the chat here on all of the different platforms today. If you haven't been here before, my name's Torvik. I'm a full-time audio engineer, producer, and session musician. That's what I do for a living. That's what I've done for 13 plus years. I'm also a classically trained pianist. So the whole structure of this live stream, the whole structure of kind of what we do here is from that perspective. It's not a quick review. There's no trash or pass. There's no ratings. There's no polls. This is not like a quick play. It's not, we just listen to your song once and in 5 minutes we just say, hey, get a better mix. You definitely need more clarity, have better energy, bro. And then we move on. We are going to really get into the details of what you're doing creatively, stylistically, and of course, technically, if that's what would best benefit you. It's gonna be different for everyone. Everyone here is kind of in a different position. So it really just depends on what would be the highest benefit to you as an artist, producer, musician, whatever it may be. Okay, so we worked out your progression structure here, Shloud. Let's get into this, the last section of the song here, and then we'll move on to the next one. I'll throw up the line after the song, Rick. I appreciate you so much, Jay Carter. Thank you, man. Y'all, show some love. Show some love, show some love. That is Shloud. That is the artist, Shloud. The song is called Avalon, man. I'm excited for you to dig a little bit into your production structure here, man. You're such a talented producer, but there's, like I said, a couple things we can talk about within the structure of your bass progression versus your like right side chords, right? Like your higher end chords, making sure those are lined up, making sure that you have presence in your bass without being too boomy and muddy. And of course, like you already mentioned, there's some balancing things to get into to make sure that things are structured well before you start kind of your mix process. But you're right there, man. I appreciate you so much for sending this in. It's fun. No, people are funny. I literally don't care. It's so funny. Na, 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 na. Sorry, I'm catching up on all the super engaging chat options over here. Coming never, thank you so much for the fest pop. I appreciate it again. Sorry, I just saw those extra two right there. Thank you for the gifts. It means so much to me. I appreciate it so much. Video of you. You know these are VODs, right? You know these are VODs, right? So they're not like structured YouTube videos. They're 4-hour live streams that are saved to the channel. All right, let's get into the next track here. Y'all, please give it up for Shloud. Shloud, love and appreciate you, man. Actually, we got to do a giveaway. I know. That's why I literally don't care. Like, it's just kind of funny to me when people, you have a certain amount of energy to offer the world and you choose to take that bit of energy that you have to like try to like get people or like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just kind of funny why people do that. I don't have a lot of energy. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, life is hard. Things are challenging. The world is crazy. And like, I don't have a lot of energy, and I can't imagine that I would use what little energy that I do have to like try to like get people. You know what I mean? I was like, it's such a waste of energy, especially when like people are actually offering like value. It's funny. It's funny. I don't really care. Like, it doesn't hurt my feelings. It's just, it's funny. It's like very intriguing to me that people like spend their time doing that. It's like going like post to post, commenting on people's stuff, coming into people's lives and commenting on it. It's just funny. All right. There's so many more things. Exactly. Come on. That's what I'm saying. It like anything. There's like so many things. Is chasing likes and views. Actually, that's true. 100%. And I'll also say this: some of like the most like prolific, incredible people in the world like aren't even on social media. Like some of the like the most Grammys, the most credible, most Billboard charts people, they have like no followers. They're not even on YouTube. So is having 0 subscribers on YouTube worse than your 100 subscribers? they're the one with 13 Grammys, so it's like it's so funny, like the credibility that we bestow to the most minute, like literally don't matter things. You know what I mean? Like the things that like literally do not matter at the end of the day at all. And yet people want to put so much like weight behind them. It's like, dude, I've got 100 subscribers and I get 40 views. What are you doing? And I'm like, what? What does that literally have to do with your skill set at all? And your credibility or anything? It's so funny. Kimura, thank you so much for the roses. I appreciate you, man. Shout out to Kimura. Shout out to Sloud as well. Jay Carter said, those people have only negative energy. Let them move on and keep doing your thing. 100%. That's it. It's fun to, I kind of laugh at it. It's just like, man, I don't know how y'all have so much energy. I don't know. Like people have that much energy these days. That's it's shocking to me. Okay. Let me double check everything. Now it's time. And then you were asking, Damon Albarn, Gorillas doesn't even have a phone. That's what I'm talking about. That's what there are so many people that are wildly just credible and knowledgeable and talented, even if they don't have the credits, talented people, knowledgeable people that don't even have the platform that you're bragging about. So does that make them incredible just because they didn't utilize stop with it? Stop, boo. Do I have a boo thing on here? No, I don't. I need a boo button. I need a boo button on here. So when y'all start saying stupid stuff, I can boo y'all. Okay, let me catch up on some chats here really quick. Sorry. Let me catch up on some chats here really quick. Okay, let me double check everything. I want to make sure that I want to get everything. Jimmy's in the building. Jimmy Curtin, welcome back into the live stream. He came in yesterday. I added chorus to the drums on the song and it sounds so much better. Let's go. I love it. Sometimes it's the weird little tricky, quirky thing that just opens up your mix like crazy. Like not the thing you would expect, right? You wouldn't think adding chorus to your drums would be the thing that would work. And sometimes it does. Sometimes it does. Okay, drawing room. I'm going to check for you. Give me just 1 second. Buy followers and awards, dude. Oh yeah, come on. Kimura, I appreciate you so much. They get 50,000 views and their music sounds like shit. It happens. It happens. Welcome to the industry. It's like a compulsion now. Stop. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Gen Z. Yeah. Have a good night. Hey, thank you so much, Slough. Thank you so much. In fact, I want to do one more song because I've been talking a lot. I want to do one more song, and then right after that, I want to do our giveaway. Thanks to Slough. Slough, you're amazing. I appreciate you so much. Let me just update this really quick. Let me know who sent this over through the website really quick. Jay Carter, gotta run. It's after midnight here and gotta work tomorrow. Thanks for a fantastic stream. Catch you next time. Thank you so much, Jay Carter. Welcome to the family. I'm so glad that you're here. I appreciate your love and support so much. Thank you. And for the conversation, I really appreciate your input over on YouTube as well. Thank you for that. Okay, let me know who D.O. is. I'm developing a platform for accepting music submissions. I might have to talk to you. Yeah, let me know. I've been reached out to by probably 3 or 4 different people who have created music submission platforms. We all know them. They, Hit Play, Aux, and all of that. They all, they've all reached out to me, and I'll look at it. I'll look at it for sure. I have, aux chord, all this stuff. I've also, because I know every single person who does reviews on here, literally, I know all of them. I've like talked to all of them about it. I've seen all of their issues with them. I've seen all of the back and forth, the login details, the Google form side. I've seen kind of all of it. And I have kind of just found, and just in my personal experience, I've done this for 3 years now doing these consultations, that sometimes it's just nice to have the clear screen and just drop the email. You know what I mean? Just drop it in and then it's there. They copy the email over, they send the file, and it's like done. And it's less about the spot. That works, I think, really well. Yeah, exactly. It keeps traffic to the site, which is better for our SEO, so on and so on. It also is like different when you are also trying to keep track of all of the free submissions, right? If like 42 free submissions and like 2 skips, then in a live review format, it makes more sense to keep all of that organized through a submission form like that. But when it's a little bit more consolidated in the consultation format that we do here, I don't think it's like nearly as beneficial over the long term. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, if it worked like to the benefit, then I would definitely look over it. Okay, let me get drawing room up here, and then I'm going to update the line. I'll show you all the line here in a second, so you can see exactly where you are. Let me get everything up here. Drawing room, I got you. Thank you so much for this. I appreciate it a lot. Let's see. Got you. Perfect. Okay. Let me throw up the line. Whoops. I got to switch over here. Sorry. I'm on my other stream. There we go. Yeah. Keep me updated. I'm going to do a chunk more. Another handful of songs. Let me catch up. Drawing Room Do, AKA Dineen Oliver, the guitars. Okay. I'll double check that when we get there. Here's the current line. This is the order. Here's the current line right here. Shines, is it Shines or Shiness? Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate you. Building it and I'm trying to comfort. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, keep me updated. I mean, I'm always open. I also I don't want too many wrenches in the system, too many things to like that can kind of mess things up, you know. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, keep me updated. You know, I'm open. I've talked to Hit Play. I've talked to Auxcore. They've all emailed me, and you know, they tried to like bring me on to use their platforms and try to get me in early and stuff since we were doing a lot of these consultations and stuff. So yeah, keep me updated if it ends up working well. If it solves a pain, I don't really feel like I have too much of a pain point right now. But if it solves a pain point, I'll keep an open mind for sure. I'll definitely keep an open mind. I appreciate you mentioning that too. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Either way, if it's a good, reasonable platform, then hopefully you get as much traction for it as possible. I love that. All right, y'all, let's get into it. So here's the current lineup. We've got Ricks, we've got Nova, and Drawing Room up on the board. So if you would like to submit, if you're on YouTube, go to my description. If you're on TikTok, just go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. You'll see and read through all the steps there, so you understand the structure and the format of everything that we do. If you're on Twitch, you can just type !submit right there in the chat, and the line will pop up for you right there, or the link will pop up for you right there. So you can see right here, it's 10 to get on, it's 15 to skip past is 10, 20 would put you next, so on and so on. Let me keep everything updated here. Let me just make sure my phone's about to die. I might need to go get a charger here in a second, but I think I've got everything updated. Let's see. Okay. Let's get into this next track so we can move at a good pace, because I know I'm talking a lot and we got some music to get into. So we've got Ricks in the building. Ricks, let's get into it. I'm going to follow this email here really quick. So this is Ricks Music. I would love to get your insights on the song, vocals, production, songwriting. I was not selected for the contest, but I still went ahead and published it. Thanks. All right, let's get into it. Attached also is the pan. Okay, got you. Yeah, I got you. Just want to make sure I have that all in the right order. So I would love to get tips on what to look for when working with producers in the future. Okay, give me again. So vocals, production, songwriting. What role did you specifically put? I'm sorry, I'm reading too many different screens right here. Really, let me know. God, I can't talk. Goodness gracious. Talk to me about the role that you played in your own song here. Okay, so are the vocals yours? Is the production yours? Is the songwriting yours? So on and so on. Because you're talking about working with other productions in the future. Are you self-engineering? Give me some of those details so I kind of understand the structure of it. Get some feedback on my harmonica skills. Let's go. I love it. I love it. Yeah, if anybody does want to submit, if you're a musician, songwriter, engineer, producer, whatever it is, go to my profile, click on the link, and follow the Track Talk submission form, and we'll get you up on the board. All right, let me switch back here. Producing was directed, and I recorded in a studio. Vocals and songwriting is you. Okay, sounds good. Let's open up Spotify.
Imagine the world that is tunneled. It's the only thing you can see.
Got you.
Pretending to be like everyone else is. Is it how it's supposed to be? Imagine the words that you are used to are the ones that cut like a knife. To listen to all of these haters, otherwise you won't survive. Do you know what it feels like to be the one that is misunderstood? It's a maze for all the strangers.
Omega, welcome in.
They seem to be confused. Don't need my eyes to see the truth. Don't need to know what you assume, and all I need is more time to make the world finally realize I'm not gonna apologize for living my life. Not gonna apologize.
Okay.
I will thrive.
Thank you for the hat and mustache, Kimura. I appreciate
I'm a coward for
you. Thank you, man.
needing a helping hand. I'm a loser who can't take a stand. No matter what names you would call
Okay, cool.
me, I will fight until the end. You don't know how it feels like to be the boy with the cat eyes. And I don't care what you think of me. My pride is shining bright. Don't need my eyes to see the truth. Don't need to know what you assume. And all I need is more time to make the world finally realize I'm not gonna apologize for living my life. Not gonna apologize.
What's up, Joe? Welcome in.
Watch me rise. Close your eyes. See with your heart. Don't be afraid. That's where you start. Oh, close your eyes. See with your heart. Don't be ashamed of who you are. Oh, for living a life.
Vacation, welcome in.
We'll rise.
Let's go. Let's go. Yo, give it up one time for Rix. Let's get into the details. I need to move at a better pace. So let's dive in. That song is called Cat-Eyed Boy by Rix. If you're looking on Spotify or any other DSP, that is R!X Rix. They're right here in the chat on TikTok, and you can find them on all DSPs as well. If you like what you hear, that song is out on all platforms. So please go show some love and support. Go add it to your playlist. Go like the track. Go follow. Go stream it. All of that good stuff. Go boost their algorithm. Gavin J, welcome in. If you would like to submit for a consultation, go to my link tree, go to my profile, click on the link tree and click on Track Talk Submission. There you can find and read through all of the details of the live stream. I would love to hear what you got. Would love to hear what you're working on. Let's run it back from the top. As we always do in these consultations, we're going to go from the top again and dig into the details of this record. Let's run it from the top. Y'all, please keep tapping the screen, share out the live with a few people. We are also going to be doing a credit giveaway here in just a bit as well. After we get through the song, we're going to give away $10 in credit to the community as well. Yeah, Callie, you 100% can. Any file, any form that you want to, whether it's like a YouTube, Spotify, not Discord, SoundCloud, WAV file, MP3, Drive, whatever, Dropbox, just as long as I have access to it. I got to make sure that I have access to the file. That way I can make sure I can open it easily. But let's run this back from the top. This is Rix, and this is Cat-Eyed Boy. Oh, feel free to be brutally honest. Okay, let's go. Let's get into it. I'm excited, man. I do want to get into some of the performance elements and some of the production details here. Overall, from like a balancing standpoint, it's pretty clean, right? I think the studio did a good job. So levels wise and balance wise, I think most everything is pretty well formatted and pretty well balanced. I don't have too many complaints there. The main thing I want to get into, I think, is like some sound design stuff. Drawing room, thank you so much for the heart me. I appreciate it. Some sound design elements and some performance and layering elements. And I think from there, that's where I want to spend most of my time for this breakdown. Excuse me. Kathy, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. Aaron, thank you so much for hopping in. Go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. You can read through and follow all the details there, and we'll get into end songwriting. Let's dive in. I love talking about songwriting, so let's get into it. Callie, that's not how you submit. So if you do want to submit your music for a consultation, you have to go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. Read through and follow all of the steps there, and then we can get you up on the board because we got to get you in line with everybody else. We got to make sure that everything's structured so it stays organized. All right, let's run it.
Imagine the world that is tunneled. It's the only thing you can see. Pretending to be like everyone else.
This has, and I mean this in a good way. I don't mean this in a negative way really at all. This has a little bit of like drama, a little bit of like Broadway to it. Did you ever do like Broadway or choir or anything like that growing up? It has a little bit of that drama to it. Like I could see this being like performed on stage. You know what I mean? It's like a part of a play or a part of some kind of a like off-Broadway show or something like that. It definitely gives me a little bit of that kind of a character, even between this kind of like pop structure and the way that you I used to do a lot of musical theater as a teen. All right, let's go. Again, I'm not saying that as a negative thing at all. I think that it makes sense in the structure, makes sense in the structure of the song. I am getting some of that from your vocal performance as well. Sons of Chance, welcome in. It's good to see you. I appreciate you hopping in. Welcome in, welcome in. Let me keep it going.
Is it how it's supposed to be? Imagine the words that you are used to are the ones that cut like a knife. To listen to all of these haters, otherwise you won't survive.
Thank you for the heartbeat.
Do you know what it feels like to be the one that is misunderstood?
Okay, so here's one of the things. Thank you so much for hopping in. I really appreciate it. And thank you for the heart me, Libby. I would love to hear. So here's one of the things that I hear. There's a contrast between two things happening in this production structure and your vocal structure. One is a lot of additional energy from all of your production elements and a lack of layering and support from your vocal. I would love to switch that energy. I think right now you are relying on bright, transient, forward production elements to keep the energy of the song flowing forward. So there's constantly a new layer that comes in, another synth that comes in, especially once it builds out a lot more and the percussion comes into play. It gets not necessarily noisy, but a little bit more complex in the production structure. And yet the vocal stays like mono and strict and lead the entire time with no real, there's maybe some ad libs in there, but no real layering to it. I would love, especially because of the context of like what this song is and what it represents and the style of it, would love to hear specifically probably like a low octave harmony once you get into your later hooks, as well as a third note harmony tracked left and right. So the context of that, Kathy, go to my profile, click on the link and click on Track Talk Submission. Thank you so much for hopping in. Support isn't vocal. Yeah, so the vocal itself and then layers to that vocal. You're relying heavily on production elements to keep the energy high. I think you could probably in the future back off of some of the need to fill in all the gaps with musical elements and rely on building a really solid vocal layer structure that feels really, really dynamic and really, really open. Can you do a song doing it off on SoundCloud? Don't spam the chat, but I appreciate you hopping in. Is it Arp Rippy? Thank you so much for being here. If you spam the chat, unfortunately, you will be muted. I don't want that to happen to you. But if you would like to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. Okay, I'm going to back up this hook here just a little bit. Yeah, lots of potential. And again, I think so many things in music and they might not be everyone's taste, right? Everyone has kind of like a different perspective on the music that they like, right? It might not be everyone's taste, but pointed in the right direction, it's like perfect, right? Like there's so many songs that make it and then people are like, dude, why in the world did this song get big? This artist sucks. But then you go and you kind of look back and you realize that that song was used in like 290,000 pieces of content. Its particular use case to like make enjoyable transitions and content was brilliant, and it pushed and bolstered the song and its exposure, right? So sometimes people be like, hey, like the song sucks. Like, why are we even like, who would listen to this? And then you realize that the reason it blew up was because of a very specific use case, whether that's the background of a show, whether it's a transition in a movie, whether it's a piece of content that blew up like crazy because of a particular use case for a production or a vocal structure. And the same thing with this, like in this case, I feel like you could easily direct this towards like, I would have, since you have a background in musical theater, that's a great selling point for you. I would like sit down and when you're building like song structures and stuff like that, 290,000 pieces. I'm saying literally. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Yeah, these are long form ARP. These are long form consultations. It's not like a quick play. I'm not just going to play it and then move on, say if I like the track or not, or like tell you to get a better mix. These are like 20 to 30 minute consultations. So it is a paid service. Hey, don't worry at all. Yeah, in fact, actually stick around for a second. We're right after the song, we're going to be doing a giveaway for 10 in credit that will help someone get up on the board. So don't run just yet. Hang out for just a little bit if you want to. And then hopefully we can get you up on the board as well. I appreciate you hanging out. But yeah, there's never any pressure to submit. But I appreciate you being here so much. So one thing that could be interesting for you, because you have a background in musical theater, you have a background in this kind of particular production structure and the way you're utilizing your vocals. It would be a good idea probably for you to like sit down at the writer's desk and spend, days, weeks, months writing songs with the intention of pitching them for plays, like for playwrights, for musicals, for shows and stuff like that. You can really, again, if you're like finding or you're having a hard time like connecting, like who is going to listen to the song, who's going to connect to this lyric structure, who's going to feel the emotion behind my voice, how do I direct my content, how do I direct my my means of trying to gain exposure, and find the people that are going to appreciate what you do, because it might not be everybody. It shouldn't be everyone. If there's literally not a single artist where everyone likes their music, not the ones that are most streamed in the entire world, not the most popular ever, right? Like you could think of someone who's like, man, I feel like everyone kind of likes this person, and they might have 100 million monthly listeners, right? 100 million monthly listeners. That also just means that like 7.9 billion people don't listen to their music, and that's the most streamed artist in the world. You could be the top. You could have 100 million monthly listeners, and there's still 7.9 billion people that don't like your music and don't listen to it. That's crazy, right? So don't worry about trying to make music that like everyone will connect to. You just got to find it. Sometimes it just takes a while. Sometimes it takes years, sometimes decades to find your people, find your audience, and find who connects to what you're doing. Over the time, I encourage you to hone your craft, become better at tracking, better at layering, better at emoting on the microphone, better at structure, find good producers, so on and so on. All the stuff we always talk about, but also got to find your people. So I would encourage you have a background in musical theater. I feel like just in hearing this, you have an appreciation for even just the way that you're singing, the way you're structuring your stuff. Maybe post about that. You know, like when you, and again, I haven't seen your content, I haven't seen your page, nothing like that. But even like when you're promoting this, like when you're promoting, so like, hey, I did musical theater. I'll make up a number. I did musical theater for 8 years, and I started to put those ideas into my music. Let me know what you think of the song. And then you promote it from that space. You know what I mean? And that makes your promotion, your means of exposure so specific to you. You're not just like doing the same thing everyone else has done just because everyone else has done it and it's worked for them. You're really trying to find a way, like, why are they going to listen to me? You know what I mean? Anyways, we're talking about promotion now more than anything, but I think that's a good method for you. You got to find, like, for me, y'all see all the synths behind me? For me, a lot of my content tends to be wrapped up. I talk about engineering sometimes and random shit, but more often than not, a lot of my stuff ends up being wrapped up in synthesis and 80s and like whatever. Like that's what I really like. And that's half of my job is tracking synths and making productions for people that have synths in them and have like an 80s edge to it. And so like I've found, like, for me, one of the things that I enjoy the most is playing and talking about synthesis. And that's also what's bolstered a lot of my business. And so I think you just got to kind of find what works for you. Anyways, I know this is a bit of a tangent. All of that to say, the way my brain works is ridiculous. This is so disconnected. All of that to say, add a third note harmony going into your hook, and it'll really give you more energy in your mix, dude. It's brutal. I'm so ADHD. Diffs, thanks for hopping in over on YouTube. I appreciate you hopping in. If you want to submit diffs, go to my description for the live stream, and you'll see a link right there. Go to Track Talk Submission, and then you'll see all the details right there if you would like to send in for a consultation. Hopefully that's helpful, even loosely. But yeah, let's get into this hook really quick, and then we'll skip forward.
What it feels like to be the one that is misunderstood.
There's that dun, 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 dun. That's your third note harmony. If you have that, then double tracked left, double tracked right, put out, 70% to the outside, way back in the mix, a little bit thinner. So it just kind of acts as an energy jump. When you hit some of those ending line harmonies, it just gives you a little edge of information. It makes your vocals sound a little bit wider and more open, and also adds like the chordal structure to your voice that makes it feel a little bit more full and less isolated in the mix compared. You have this very vibrant, really open production, especially once all of the instrumentation kicks in, and then a pretty isolated mono lead vocal. And it makes it feel very distinct. It's like, here's your voice and here's a full production, but they don't feel as connected maybe. And that I think to me would be really dynamic. Isn't it too early for harmonies though, or no? I don't think so, because you're already 40 seconds in, so you already have all of this.
Are the ones that cut like a knife.
And this is also why I would do it as what you call like an accent vocal or an in and out. So I wouldn't have full stacks, pedal tones, third note harmonies, octaves right away. I would do, and this is how you can stair step your dynamic. So you have dry vocal, first verse, accent vocal, first chorus, maybe dry and accent vocal, second verse, stacks, second chorus, if that makes sense, right? So what I would do is just literally here. So this goes from your verse completely dry.
Imagine the words that you are used to are the ones that cut like a knife. to listen to all of these haters. Otherwise, you won't survive.
Yeah, exactly. I'll show you.
Know
so dry.
What it feels like to be the one that is misunderstood. It's a mess
Dry.
for all the strangers. They seem to be confused.
So it's just that in and then it's back out. It's an accent and then it's removed. And you get just a little taste of it, right? So it's not overwhelming the mix. You're just getting a taste of structure, a little extra movement right there, and then you let off the gas. It allows you to just stair step and then come back down. Second verse starts, you empty out again, and then on your second hook or second chorus, then maybe do the harmony the whole time, or maybe do an octave and then still accent the harmony on the last line, things like that. How you do that is completely up to you, right? I don't want to dictate the harmony structure of your song, but and again, this song's also already out, so I'm not necessarily worried about this song, but look for that in the future. Look for that in the future, like maybe the next song that you're digging into and that you're working on, and see, is there any way that I can offer some energy to the song and then take it away, create some stacks and then remove it? And it's just going to help with your dynamic range. It's going to help the song feel less like monotone and more like isolated with your vocal. It's going to feel more connected to your production structure. So again, this song's already out, so I'm not too worried about that. Just look for it in kind of your future records. Let me get into this second verse and hook here. Is it Francie? Thank you so much for hopping in. I appreciate you being here so much.
I'm a loser who can't take a stand. No matter what names you would call me, I will fight until the end. You don't know.
Do you happen to remember what kind of mic you were recording on? If not, it doesn't matter, but I'm always interested.
It feels like to be the boy with the cat eyes.
There's the high octave right there. So you're kind of leaning in the right direction. So then you bring in the high, I already hear you bringing the energy right there. Yeah, no worries. That's fine. I ask because sometimes it's interesting to know, and we can talk about some of that. But you already bring in the high octaves right there. So now it's just, again, you have some good ad libs, but I would love some support consistently on this second hook. I think maybe a lower high octave. So it could be nice to have the high consistently.
Fight until okay. I will fight until the end. You don't know how it feels like to be the boy with the cat eyes, and I don't care what you think.
So like having that high octave doubled and then having the third harmony doubled. Now you have a stack with ad libs that kind of jump into the mix as well. Of course you can. Is it Tadek? Am I saying that correctly? Please let me know if I'm saying it wrong and correct me. If you would like to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. Any specific mic for my voice that you recommend for home recording? It depends largely on environment and budget. Any decent large diaphragm microphone or good quality dynamic microphone is going to work. Technically speaking, it'll do the job. It'll capture your vocal, but it really just depends on what's your environment like, where you're recording, and in how sensitive is the space, so on and so on. How much reflection are you dealing with, and your budget, because you can spend $100 on a microphone, or you could spend $40,000 on a microphone. And so there's a very broad spectrum of what I would recommend depending on some of those factors. So if you have a budget, let me know. I have a lot of mics that I recommend for from a variety of companies that I think would do a really good job for most people under certain budgets, but that it depends on some factors, a couple different factors there. And if you want to let me know, and I'll give you some recommendations.
My pride is shining bright. Don't need my eyes to see the truth.
Got you, Derek. Is Derek back in the chat already? Hold on. Again and again. Okay, I was like, wait, is this just the notification from earlier? Let's go, Derek. Okay, let me get Derek up on the board.
Don't need to know what you assume, but all I need is more time.
Worship, welcome in.
The world finally realize I'm not gonna apologize.
There's more stacks and more layering there that I think sounds great, right? So that's a little bit more of the support that I'm looking for, because I think what's happening is your main vocal structure is not in a range that, and this is not specifically a negative thing, but it's not in a range that has a lot of either diaphragmatic support or even just a higher mixed voice. So apologize. It's pretty comfortable. There's not a ton of a push between all these different layers. It might still be a challenging range to hit some of those top notes, and you hit some later on. I hear those too, but it's a pretty comfortable range. So I do think that supporting with layers makes a huge difference. It really, really bolsters your sound. I was gonna go shower, but I can wait. You might be up next. Let me double check. Evan, thank you so much for hopping in. I'll throw up the cue. Give me just 1 second. Welcome back, Jenna. I gotta switch this over here, so give me just one moment. Let's switch this back. Boom, line is up. But I also need to update this really quick. There's Rick's. Give me 1 second. I gotta add Derek. Apologize. It is very catchy. It is very catchy. Technically speaking, you're up next, Derek, but it's also up to you. If you just want to go and then come back and be the next track, then you definitely can. That's up to you. But yeah, this is a queue. We've already gone through a chunk today, so this is a queue currently. I gotta update the list there too, but that should be current right now for the ones that I have up on the board. So it's 10 on right now. 20 would be next. Yeah, because all of those layers are doubles and octaves. You don't get any of the harmony to it, and the harmony to me is everything. The harmony to me really just sets that apart. So look for that in your future records too.
See with your heart, don't be afraid. That's when you start. Oh, close your eyes. See with your heart, don't be ashamed of who you are.
Okay, one quick note under here. There's some time, so every once in a while, yeah, so the line, I mentioned, goodness gracious, y'all. I make sure to mention all of this in the form too, just to make sure it's as clear as I can. I mean, sometimes it's still hard, but so the board is modular. So I'll switch back just for us. I'll stay here for a second. The board is modular, so you can move around at any point. Anybody can skip. So that's what Derek did. Derek came in. There was 2 10s on the board that came in with 15, so they would be next. So you can move around at any point. It's completely up to you. It's always in order of the board that's listed right here. So if you want to go forward, you can. So right now it's 10 to get on the board. That's where y'all are. Derek sent 15. So I think another 10 would put you first right now. 10 would put you at the 20. So that would put you first on the board, currently speaking. But yeah, the board is modular, kind of moves around and changes over the course of the live, which is how different people have come in and moved themselves forward just because they want to go a little bit faster. So there's no pressure. It's completely up to you. But that is the format of the board if you do want to go a little bit faster. All right, let me switch back over here for just a sec and finish out this track. Shout out to Ricks. Ricks, I appreciate you so much for sending this in. And you definitely have a ton of potential.
We'll rise.
Let's go. Y'all show some love. Show some love, show some love. So that is Ricks. So I think the biggest thing for me, like the production structure itself is like pretty clean and is pretty well balanced. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing about the production that to me feels vastly out of place. It feels kind of like cinematic pop. This is a great like sync structure. Like I said, I think it's great for like Broadway and like just even your vocal structure. I feel like is really good for highly dramatic and like emoting on the microphone. So I think you're in a really good spot as far as like building that kind of a structure. I want you to get really, really confident with where that vocal sits. And I want you to get really confident in how you introduce layers to your vocal as well. Because I think right now you're getting really comfortable in this lower range of your vocal. And I hear that you have all of these other ranges, but most of your lead is kind of lower and a little bit suppressed, right? Like it's lower and a little bit more restrained instead of allowing a higher vocal to either take the lead or to support that vocal so it has a little bit more oomph behind it, a little bit more energy and a little bit more just vibrancy to how it actually manifests in the mix. Because you do, I mean, I can tell you have a good voice and I can tell the production is like fairly clean. Like I said, it's very like sync ready. It's a very clean production and the balance on that I think is pretty good. But the main thing that I hear is your vocal feels very like kind of loud and isolated versus the production structure feeling very kind of isolated on its own. And I want to like connect the two. I don't want it to feel like it's like a 2-track and then your vocal. I want it to feel connected. I want to feel like it's all coming at you from the same place, if that makes sense. Thank you so much, Ricks, for sending this in. I appreciate you so much. Also, thank you for just your engagement in the track, for being a part of the community. I appreciate it so much. Let me double check some stuff really quick. Okay, Tadek, make sure that you do follow all the steps. That way I make sure that I have everything in order for you. I want to make sure that I have everything in order for you. So don't just send the email. Make sure that you follow all of the steps there so I can get you in the right space. Okay, give me 1 second to make sure I have all of this updated. Just one moment to... So there's that. Thank you so much. I know it was late for you too, Rick. So thank you so much. I appreciate you a lot. Okay, let me double check this really quick. Okay, let me know who JT. You don't have to say your name, but let me know who JT is. And then I got you as well. Thank you so much, Ricks. I'm so grateful for your presence here. I appreciate it a lot. Let me know who JT is. That's your initials who sent in. I just want to make sure I get the right name on there. In drawing room, I got you. So Derek, you have a little time. You got a little bit of time. We're gonna run one more in front of you. Let me get this updated on the board. I'll update it, and then I'm gonna go ahead and run y'all next because I know y'all are wanting to go faster as well, and I got you. So I want to make sure that we get everything in the right order. And then as soon as I see who JT is, I'll get you up on the board as well. Okay, let's run it. Let me get into the email. Let's run this over here. And you and me. Beautiful. We got drawing room in the building. Let's go. Let me get this downloaded. Done. Beautiful. Okay. We're about to listen to drawing room right here in the chat. Let's give me 2 seconds. I'm going to throw up the line so y'all can kind of see where we're at. This is currently where we are at as far as the line in the order goes. So we got drawing room, we've got Derek, and we have Nova in the building. Y'all are on the board, ready to go. I'm going to probably close up the line here in just a second. Because I can't be on all night, but I do want to get to a chunk of y'all's music. So, in fact, I might close it up now. Maybe we'll see. Maybe I'll leave it open for a second, but I don't have that much time. Maybe another hour. Okay, so let's get into a drawing room here. And again, the board's modular. Y'all can move around at any point if you would like to. But y'all let me know if y'all see in the chat who JT is. Let me know because I do want to make sure that I get them up on the board. Okay, drawing room. Give me all of the details. I'm so glad you're here. I believe it's my first time hearing your music. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Wait, hold on. That's a text file. Hold up. Let me see. Okay, the beautiful. I'm so excited to hear you. Okay, the file you sent me is a text file. So just make sure that if you wouldn't mind really quick, make sure that it's an MP3 or a WAV or a FLAC or something like that. It just says, bro. Wait, hold on. Could you do? Okay, yeah, I can do Spotify. I was like, wait, hold on. Yeah, I can do Spotify. I just opened up the text file. That is super weird. Yeah, it says you and me text, and then the file just says bro. I didn't know if that was on purpose. I was like, wait. So I clicked on it, and then there's just like tiny letters in the top left that says bro, and that's literally the whole file. I was like, wait, what's going on here? What is this file? Okay, so that doesn't matter. Okay, so it's You and Me by Drawing Room. Is that the artist and song name? So I can look it up. I opened it up and I was like, wait, it's blank. And I just see a tiny little bro in the top left. It's so funny. I don't know why this is getting to me right now. Maybe I'm just tired. Okay, perfect. Okay, let me pull it up. Give me a sec. So, and then while I'm looking this up, please give me any and all details right there in the chat. So talk to me about your role in this track. Talk to me about kind of like what I'm about to listen to as far as like production and where you're getting it, how you're creating it, and mixing and stuff like that. Give me some context. Drawing Room, You and Me. Beautiful. Let's get it here. Hey. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Beautiful. All right. This is Naira. Welcome in. Appreciate you being here. This is You and Me by Drawing Room. Like I said, give me all of the details. Let's get into the music.
I know that I'm ready to let you in, but I look
Exactly, Nova, exactly. This is a great placement song. It really is.
I see you trying hard to understand. You reach for me, but I can't take your hand.
I love that there's not tuning on the vocal. Honestly, it's so good.
Feels much safer to turn and run than let you as time stands still. Let go.
So much more raw that way. Hell yeah. What's up, Brent? Welcome in, man. Good to see you. Gold hook, such a good hook. Nice. Brilliant. Let's go. Let's go. Thanks, Trevor. Y'all, show some love. Show some love. That is Drawing Room. Drawing Room, I love your music, man. I love your music. Let's get into it. Let's run it back from the top. Let's dive into some details. I love the rawness. I personally love that there's no tuning on the vocal on this. I mean, there's a time and a place, and I'm also a fan of auto-tune when it does what it's supposed to do, and Melodyne and whatever. To me, it's song to song, structure to structure. Does it serve the song? Does it actually serve the structure of the song and the emotion of the song? If it does, use whatever tool allows you to get there. I personally love that this is raw, it's energetic, it's punchy, it's slicey. I love the doubles on the vocal. I love the overdrive. It's beautifully, beautifully done. So let's get into it. Okay, Ted, I sent my song and the $10 payment approves the name. Okay, is that I was wondering because I was asking earlier what the name was so I can make sure that I get the right name up on the board. Hannibal, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Are your initials JT? Because I saw that and I was asking earlier, but you might have hopped out for a second. I want to make sure I get the right name on the board. If your initial is JT, then I got you. Judah, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. Thank you for that. So catchy. I'm excited to get into this drawing room. I'm excited to get into it. So let me know, Tadek, let me know if that's your name. Let me see. I can try to check over here. Local Luna, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. Da, 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 da. Okay. No, for Tadek, my mail is Cuba. Okay, so I have. Wait, what's not you, drawing room? I was making sure I got Tadek's because they said they sent in. So I have Deneen's. I had the double. So I got y'all because we got you up on the board, and we're already listening to yours. I'm just going back through to make sure I have all the right information. Yeah, are the initials JT? MTGTP, welcome in. Just so I can get, I just got to make sure I get the right names on the board and that I know who I have credit from. Because a bunch of people just start sending emails. Perfect. Okay, got you. Yeah. Let me get you up there. My bad. Boom. And so that is Tadic perfectly. Perfect. All right, got you. Okay, so line is closed. Then y'all can still move around. So if you want to move around, you can. It's so right now it would be, let's see, give me 1 second, and then we'll get back into the track. Yeah, exactly. I just want to double check so I make sure that I have you and your name and everything assigned to the right thing. Thank you, appreciate it. Kappa, thanks for hopping in as well. Okay. There we go. So no new submissions right now, but Nova, Tadic, Derek, whatever, y'all can always move around. You can always adjust where you are if you would like to, but that's up to you. Right now, I have y'all as the last 3 songs for the day. All right, let's get into it, y'all. Let's run it from the top. Drawing Room, y'all are awesome. I love the energy of this track. This is one of the things that I talk about all of the time in these live streams is making sure that everything's pointed in the right direction, right? So making sure that like the way that you process things, the way you build structure is all pointed towards what is in best service of the song, the genre, the era that you're emulating, whatever it may be. And I feel like y'all have this in spades. It really does feel like someone mentions it's like 2000. I mean, it's just like a 2000 like teenage movie. You know what I mean? Like it's, the drone coming in on an old high school in 2004 or something like that. And I love it, dude. I love it so much. It's really, really cool. It feels nostalgic. It feels energetic, but with still some like modern energy and modern processing to it. So fantastic. Let's run it from the top and let's get into the details of it because it sounds great. And I want everybody to be able to hear and pick up on what's going on here. This is You and Me by Drawing Room. And this song is out on all platforms. So if you like what you hear, please go stream it. Go add it to your playlist. Go like the track. Go follow them on Spotify and other DSPs, so on and so on. Y'all are talented and you definitely deserve all of the success coming your way. It's crazy to me that you have 21 monthly listeners. It's crazy that you have 21 monthly listeners. Yes, please. Exactly. Thank you so much, Judah. Follow them on Spotify. It does help. Spotify works as a social platform just like every other one. It values retention on the content, following, saves and shares. All of that is so valuable to the platform. Y'all got to get more than 21 monthly listeners. That's crazy. Crazy. Let's get into it. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, Jenna. Thank you. And then a Drawing Room, let me know just some details on the record too. Like for whoever happens to be here in front of me, like on the account here in the structure of the live, let me know who is actually here and what role you play in the band. Because it looks like there's like 4 of y'all in the band, something like that. Judah, it is. Don't get me started on synths. There's a whole bunch of them back there. You get me started on synths, we'll be off the rails here in just a second. Synths are my favorite instrument and I'm obsessed with them. I'm obsessed with them. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I would love to learn a little bit more about the band Drawing Room and your role of it. There's 4 of us. Beautiful. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, and let me know what role you play. Are you the lead singer? Are you the drummer? Whatever it may be. Let me know. I would love to get some context, some details.
I know that I'm ready to let you in, but I look at my...
And these are live tracked drums, right? Snappy.
Why do I always have to let go? Apologize for the...
Such a good structure. It really is. On a neat. Okay, I was gonna say it's like That's a great hybrid, because what I was going to say, later on, you're hearing the kick and the cymbals, and they feel really consistent. And that would be was going to be like my next question, if it would be triggered. But that would be what you would typically get with a sampled kit, right? Like an Alesis or like a TD20 or whatever, like from Roland, just like an electronic drum kit, right? Where you have a consistent sampling of like the same crash and the same exact kick looped sample right there. But you have the play structure of I played drums since I was 4 years old. So that's kind of what I was listening for. I was like, it's played as if it's a real drum set, but the sound is of something digital. So it makes sense that it was actually played on an E-kit. Beautiful. That's a great hybrid of like having those two worlds work together. And at the end of the day, you can still dictate MIDI. You can still correct and quantize. You can still change velocity. Like there's so many things that are beneficial about triggering and using an E-kit. Of course, you know, if you're able to do live drums, it can sound really, really good, but it can also be incredibly complex, like really, really difficult to work with sometimes, especially if it's just not in the realm of the engineer you're working with or whatever it may be. It can be really challenging. So I love it. It sounds really nice. You still get a real feel to it. Great tone on the guitar. That's a beautiful, noisy double track guitar right there. It's so wide, it's so powerful. It has tons and tons of energy. Absolutely, absolutely love it. It's a great double track. It's not muddy at all. Sounds fantastic. This is super good. This is really, really good. Drawing Room. Y'all are all very, very talented. The structure of this is great. It's like it's one of the things I love about this era. One of the things I love about just this production style and this vocal style is it's like so like perceptive. It's very, very high energy, high noise. Like there's a wall of sound, right? Double track guitars, big drums, stacks of like chorused vocals and gang vocals and stuff like that. There's so much energy in it, but it still feels very like simple. Like vocally, it doesn't feel overly complex. And there's a time and place for that, right? There's a time and place for like R&B runs and stuff like that. But just the structure of what you have right here, it feels so like nostalgic and simple and easy to listen to, while still being high energy, high noise, really vibrant production, and a really, really nice mix as well. I like this a lot, man. Y'all are far more talented than your monthly listeners would tell us. Luke's, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. You're very, very, very talented across the board. I mean, the guitar tone is really, really well structured. It's very well balanced. Tonally, it sounds amazing. Vocal stacks, I think, are just raw and just organic enough. I don't know. I really wouldn't like change much about what's going on here. I would really lean into what you're doing. Derek Bennett over on YouTube said, makes me want to play Tony Hawk's Skater on PS1. Facts. 100%. 100%. This literally reminds me of this like Mustang racing game I used to have when I was like 12 years old or something. It was this like Xbox, the first Xbox like racing game I used to have, and this was the soundtrack. This could be in that game, literally. Excellent job, man. Y'all should be super proud of this. Let me back it up just a little bit. I want to hear this breakdown one more time. Scott, thank you so much for hopping in. I appreciate you being here. Thanks for hopping in over on TikTok. I appreciate y'all being here. I appreciate. Thank y'all so much for being here. I see a couple new people coming in the chat asking about submissions. I am closed for today. These are our last 3 songs. I would love to hear what you got. I will be live again tomorrow. I'm Central Time. I'm going to be live early afternoon tomorrow, probably close to 2 p.m. Central is what I'm aiming for, so I can get some projects done in the morning and finish up. I have another. Another couple projects actually I need to finish in the morning. So if you do want a consultation, you want feedback on your song, to do kind of what we're doing here, just make sure that you're following, turn notifications on, and then we'll be live again around 2 p.m. Central-ish tomorrow. We'll open up the lines again. We'll go back to fresh. And we took, I think, 8 to 10, I think maybe 8 to 10 tracks today. We'll do about the same tomorrow, maybe a little bit more, but we'll take a couple more tracks tomorrow as well. So definitely make sure that y'all are following already. Would love to break down what you're working on. Love the auto panning here. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thanks for hopping in. Move to the harmony. It's a really cool structure of having the right auto pan to the left, back to the right side again, and then open up the double on either side. Like you get a little bit of everything there. It feels nice and open. You've got great structure there. I'm listening for one little element of the drums. I'm kind of curious. Let me hear something. Rua, thank you so much for the follow. Okay, so here's my one, honestly, like kind of like my one very quick, very brief perspective that I have on the drum structure here. Honestly, everything sounds really polished and really professional. Here's kind of my one note that I would listen for, specifically when using E-drums, when using samples, when using VST, whatever it may be. If you're not tracking live drums that don't have the nuance of the mics and the bleed and the reflection and like 2 room mics that you have pointed up into the corners that we have, to add in some extra tone and extra color to the drums as you mix them in, that are slammed into a compressor, right? You don't have all those extra things. You end up with what sounds more sampled, right? It sounds more VST because it's so dry, it's so consistent, and so kind of locked in because everything then has been quantized, everything's been like velocity adjusted and stuff like that. I would love to send these drums into a digital room. And what I mean by that is like having these drums, each of these different elements, Chewy, welcome in, each of these different elements sent into an aux that has a drum room setup on it. The one that I love to use, Kush is back in the building. What's up, Kush? I'm going to switch back to this other stream. Give me a sec. Just to kind of show you what I'm talking about really, really quick. I'm going to throw it on this piano here, or let me put it on an aux down here, and I'll show you kind of what I'm talking about. The one that I really like to use for the rooms is, let me see where it is, the Sound City Studios. The Sound City Studios is fantastic for reamping or kind of re-rooming drums. So you can act as if you're doing digital drums, if you're doing like an acoustic drum loop from Splice, if you are recording E-drums, if you are, adding a structure from just a VST and you're programming and sequencing drums, and you want it to feel a little bit more natural and a little bit more like it is set into a recording environment, this emulates that. It takes that dry direct signal, which would be like direct miking the drum set just without bleed. That's the thing that you miss out on electric drums, is there's no natural space or bleed from them. So that's why it feels so sharp and direct and digital. So any way that you can kind of take that out is amazing. But you can change your source right here at the top. So you can do an ensemble for like horns and strings, vocal solo, or group. So if you're like want to act as if you're like, maybe you have some gang vocals and you want to place them in a big environment, like a big room, like you're tracking a group of vocals or choir or solo. Guitar, you can run it through different amps. You can reamp these drums. You could do like a 412 right here and re-mic and reamp the drums. There's all these different things that you can do. One of the things that I love to do with this plugin, Paul, thank you so much for hopping in. Appreciate it. Is go to drums here and then choose live. So you can, if I go to drums here, and you should be able to see a little bit on the screen, it'll be easier to see on Twitch and YouTube, but it should still pop up on TikTok. I just know it's a little bit smaller. Is you can go corner, so you can change and put the drums in the corner, so it's pretty tight, not much reflection. You can do tight here. We have the gobos in a little bit closer and some treatment behind to have a little bit of a drier sound, or you can do live. Live is great. And the other thing, I mean, literally, Or are you designing a studio? I know, right? I look like I'm in Sims or something like that. This is just the plugin. That's what I love about this. This is literally just the plugin. And using this plugin, look at, like, I don't know if you can see this. I'm literally changing the height of the overhead mics here. Like, it is so specific. I know, I feel like I'm playing like Home Designer Suite, or like I'm playing like Sims or something. It's hilarious. But like, literally, it's so deep. It's such a great plugin. This is universal audio for those of you who are curious. It's universal audio. I can literally change the height of the mics right here. I can change how far away these room mics are. I can change how far away these room mics are. And then I can change the balance between all of those here. I can change the kind of mic. So we want a C12, a C414. I like the C414s. Or like an AEA ribbon microphone out there, U67 on the close mic, whatever you want to do, right? But what it does is it gives you this really, really accurate room recording. All of these are sampled from those rooms. So if I have this on an aux, I'm going to give you just a quick example. Where do I have my drums on here? The drums that I have tracked in this record. Let's see real quick, because these are sampled. Okay. So what I can do here now, in this particular, like, this is, I'll show you this really quick, just because this is the context. This is supposed to be really dead. That's supposed to be really dry and really dead for this particular section. So I'm not trying to put it into a huge space. I want it a little bit more like 60s dead, low tune snare, so on and so on. But if I wanted this to have like a little bit more life to it, I could solo this here, and I'm going to send it into that room so it doesn't feel so direct. So I'm going to go to, is it aux 1 mono? Oh, it's in stereo. Okay, let me run this here. It says mono, but it's not. It's actually going to be stereo. So we're going to send this into aux 1. I'm going to exaggerate it. You're getting all of that extra space, right? And then we can, you know, endlessly kind of come back in here and make some adjustments. Right now, these are all pretty close. We can move these out a little bit. I'm going to create a bit more space. So let's move all these back. Let's get these up as high as they'll go, so on and so on, right? And then I can come back over here, exit out of this, and then just like pipe in a little bit more natural life. This is pretty dry. Even just right there. It immediately feels, and again, this is like over compressed on TikTok and stuff too, but it immediately feels like a bit more alive. There's a little bit more stereo openness because you're getting that stereo reflection. The drums feel like a little bit more natural. They're set in just a small amount of space. So it gives you a little bit more distance from the hyper direct, no bleed VST drum sound, and gives you, because again, the drums that are playing here, although they sound live, these are VST drums. These are Labs 70s drums or something like that. Especially getting here. So especially when you're playing, enough of that, especially when you're playing like a really dynamic production in like almost you want a real feel to your sampled drums, just sending it into a room, because that to me feels like kind of like the only thing that I'm missing is the vocals are so lively, the double track guitars are so dynamic, the bass, you feel that like just like kind of chuggy P bass sound that you love about this era. It sounds so good. I love so many things that are going on that are like really, really dynamic and really special sounding. And the drums are actually sequenced really well, right? Like they're played actually on a set. So you get this more natural, real feel out of the percussion, but then you get that really hyper direct, really strict, quantized drum tone that makes it feel a little bit more digitized. And I would love to emulate more, just like you did with the vocals, with the distortion and the filtering of those vocals, the overdrive of the guitars. I would love to mirror that with the drums too, because they're kind of now the only element of this mix that is like super direct and clean because they're digital, right? And so if you can find creative ways to reprocess the drums to make them feel like they are set in space, just like everything else that was recorded, that they have the same like dynamic range and natural feel as everything else, even if you're tracking on an E-kit, re-rooming your percussion really, really helps. Okay, let me hear the outro of the song here. But man, I love y'all's writing. I love your vocals. The structure of the production I think is fantastic. Fantastic. The structure of the song is absolutely amazing. Y'all are crushing it. It's so, so, so good. Super talented. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So good. So fun, so fun, so fun, man. Please show some love to Drawing Room. That is You and Me by Drawing Room. Like I said before, that song is out on all platforms. So if you like what you hear, and you should, that's great quality music, honestly. If you like what you hear, go stream the song, go add it to your playlist, go like the track, go follow on Spotify, and so on and so on. And find them over here on TikTok as well. Follow them here as well. Go comment a bunch of stuff on their pages. Go boost their algorithm. It's what we always say. Go boost their algorithm. Y'all are super talented. I love the energy and the aesthetic of your music. Y'all should be really, really proud of the work that you're putting in. Show some love. Let's keep the music moving. Let's keep the music moving. We got. I'm trying to move at a better pace, but I know y'all know me. I like to rant a lot, but please show some love to Drawing Room. Thank you so much for sending in that song. Really, really, really well done. Let's get into these last two or three. I think 3 tracks of ours. Derek, let me know if you're back. I saw you on YouTube a minute ago. Let me know if you're back in the chat. Last 3 songs, y'all. Last 3 songs. I'm going to try to get on a little bit earlier tomorrow if I can get some stuff set up here in the studio. I've been testing a bunch of stuff, going through a bunch of stuff. So trying to, and I got to make sure that I get through. I have an offline consultation I need to get figured out tomorrow. There's Derek. Okay, let's get into hopefully I can move at a good pace for these last couple here. This is a different vocalist, another happy/musical type track. This is Derek Bennett. The song is called Believe by featuring Paola Barba. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Amanda, welcome in. Thank you so much, Drawing Room. I genuinely appreciate you so much. Thank you for sending in the track. Y'all are very, very, I can't wait to hear more from y'all. Very, very talented, just musically across the board. Really, really nice stuff. All right. And a great mix too, honestly, great mix. Derek Bennett, Believe. Let's get into it. So this is a new vocalist I have not heard before, and I've heard a lot of vocalists from Derek. Let's get into it. Nova, let me know if you're in the chat. Let me know if you're here. Just as of right now, you're next. I just want to make sure you're here. In case I need to save
The
it.
pieces fall, I let
And again, context, this is unmixed. Early demos, just so everybody knows, because that's what we're about to hear. Perfect. Good. I'm so glad. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate your patience.
The pieces fall, I let them lie. I try to fix 1,000 times. Maybe healing takes some time, and that's alright. Yeah, that's alright. The quiet speaks, I start to hear a gentle voice through all the fear.
We're close for tonight, but thank you so much for coming in. Save your song for tomorrow. We'll open up the line again tomorrow. Just make sure you're following. I appreciate you being here so much. Thanks.
Even when I don't feel love. Every night I fall apart, but I'm learning who you are.
Love the cello, man. Love the cello.
Through the dark there's something more. It's
some range. Come on.
That the heart I lost will come back to life. I'm holding
Yeah. Come on. Come
to
on.
what I can see.
This is what I've been waiting for from as far as vocal range goes.
I still believe.
Yeah, that's nice. Is this kind of a bridge here? Okay, cool. Yeah, she's got a great voice, man. BB, welcome in. Transposition. Hold up. Whole step transition. Come on. Yeah. Oh, I can't wait to hear this mixed. Because this is such a demo, but I can't wait to hear the mix on this.
Yeah, that's alright.
Come on, dude, let's go. You got to hang on to this vocalist. That's a great one. She's got incredible range. So much like beautiful support for her mix voice. Like it's like so resonant, so projected. Man, I love it. I also love that we're bringing back transpositions and music. I love the key change. Z Don, welcome in. Thanks for hopping in here. Let's get, you hit 20K. Shout out to 20K. I appreciate y'all so much. Thank y'all for the love and the support. Y'all are amazing. I genuinely appreciate that so much. Y'all tapping the screen and sharing it. Y'all are so kind. I appreciate it. Let's get into this from the top, man. I love the key change. That's fun. So you're going, I think it's B flat major, right? B flat major, and then a transpose to C major, which is great. That was definitely new for me, the key change, 100%. And there's some tips to that too we can talk about. Transitioning to the crossover relative chords to the transition key can be really, really helpful to make that kind of as smooth as possible. But you can also just jump to it. You know, it kind of depends on what you want to do. But there are some like strategies to transposing and like strategies to like modulating in a song to create that lift that can be helpful, of like finding the chord crossover. And then you like transition with like crossed over relative chords and stuff like that, which we can dig into for a second. But I like this a lot, man. This is really cool. Thank you so much for sending this in. Let's run it from the top.
The pieces fall, I let them lie. I try to fix 1,000 times. Maybe healing takes some time. And
I'm gonna say the most like kind of like random point. Like, and I don't even know if this is necessarily like. It's not necessary. It's not. I'll say it this way. It's not necessary at all. I'm hearing your. It's just the way I feel when I hear it, and it's just the way that my brain works. So I love the synth in the background. It's a great little just lead texture that just sits there. I don't mind that one bit at all. It's a beautiful texture there. I don't know why my brain is saying this, but it just is. So I'll mention it. I feel like Gerald, welcome in. I feel like it would feel softer and more melodic to start at the 5 and go down to the 1. So right now it's almost like chasing cars, right? I think starting on the bottom of it, to me, feels a little bit more punchy. It's like a little bit, and I don't know why, I don't have science behind it, a little more punchy just because it's starting with the lower notes. You get a little bit more emphasis on that bottom part of it, as opposed to starting on the higher note. Starting on the high and moving to the low, for me, softens it. And for whatever reason, maybe because of how high the synth is and like kind of that square at the top, it just feels a little softer, like feels a little bit more intimate for whatever reason than having, just switching to the, it puts the rhythm back on the 1. Kind of softens it a little bit. It's like so simple. Anyways, you don't have, what's up, Jay Steele? Welcome in, man. It's good to see you. You don't have to do that in any sense at all. In any sense at all. I know it actually honestly does kind of sound good on piano. You could always add that in on piano. It could be a good addition as well. But I do think that even with just the synth in the background, switching the melody to start on the 5 instead of the 1, it just, for whatever reason in my brain, makes it feel like a little bit softer and a little bit easier to palate instead of hearing the B flat over and over again. Because whatever you start with, you're going to hear a little bit more consistently in the mix, right? So if I start on the B flat, the thing that stands out to me is this. If I switch here, I hear this a little bit more prominently because that's what's kind of setting your rhythm and your BPM. So whatever you start with is going to feel like it adds a little bit more impact. And for whatever reason, switching to the F instead of the B flat, to me, gives it a little bit more softness. No like detailed science behind that. That is just the way it makes me feel. Sometimes it's valid, sometimes it's not.
The pieces fall, I let them lie.
So mess around with it. Switch it. If it doesn't sound better, don't worry about it.
I try to fix it.
She's got a great voice. Really, really nice.
Maybe healing takes some time, and that's alright.
Colin, welcome in. Thanks for hopping in.
Yeah, that's alright. The quiet speaks, I start to hear.
Another thing, again, all of these are just ideas, things to make you think. You know the deal. Think about them, test them out. If it doesn't feel more cohesive to you, don't worry about it. Immediately adding in the tambourine on every 2 and 4. To me, it just immediately adds like almost too much pacing. It feels a little bit more open, a little bit early. I would personally just only have it on the 4. Let's see. Dun, 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 ksh. It's only on the 4, and then filter it down, add a shit ton of reverb to it. Like that just right there. Again, you're already stair stepping up, but you're not going too far and creating too much of a fast paced movement to it by having it on the 2 and the 4 where it gets really, really consistent. I think, or another option that usually works really well is changing the sound design. So you have a double shaker on the first part, and then a really reverberated tambourine on the second, right? Colin, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. So if on the 2, you have a, and it's like a shaker, you have a double on the shaker, a shift. That happens right there on the 2. And then on the 4, you have a filtered reverberated tambourine that like resolves for like 6 seconds, like a really, really long form tail on your reverb there in order to kind of open up the sound there. But you change your sound design a little bit more. It feels a little bit more intriguing as opposed to immediately having like a really consistent percussion structure with the goom, ksh, the goom, ksh, where it's like immediately you have a lot more energy and higher pacing behind your percussion. Again, just things to make you think about. There's no rules to it. Find what you feel like really, really works well in the production structure and see what you feel like makes the most sense there. But just something to kind of get your wheels spinning on that as well. Observe it. Hi, is it compulsory to pay an order to a track reviewer or can I join the back of the queue free? So this is, since it's not a quick review, it's a 30-minute consultation. It is a paid service. So it starts at 10 no matter what. There's not like a free line and a quick review and then a skip of the free line or something like that. It's a paid service from the start because we spend about 30 minutes breaking down the song, going to all of the details of the structure, the mix and master production, sound design, lyrics, and stuff like that. So yeah, there isn't a free line, but we are doing some, I'll probably, because I'm trying to get through these songs a little bit quicker, so I'll probably do a giveaway of some free credit at the end of the live. So I only have, I think, 2 more songs after this. I have 2 more songs after this because the line is closed today, but we will be live again tomorrow and and we'll probably do some giveaways in tomorrow's live as well. So after the next 2 songs, we're going to give away a free spot on the board. So at least 10 in credit. That way we can help someone out, give them a boost on the board, and give them a chance to get heard tomorrow, or not a chance, but get them heard tomorrow. So definitely either stick around for a little bit or come back in like 45 minutes or so, and we'll do that giveaway at the end of the live. That way, and please chat, remind me, because it's obviously I'm dealing with so many different screens and details and all of these different things right here. I've got 2 computers, 4 screens, a camera, my phone. I got so many things going on. I can sometimes forget, and I want to do the giveaway. So if we get to the end of the live and I say, hey, we're hopping off, please remind me, and we'll do the giveaway. I do not want to forget it. I want to make sure that we get it taken care of. Afterburns, welcome in. Love, thanks for hopping in. You're great as well, man. I appreciate you. Okay, let's move a little farther, Derek.
A gentle voice through all the fear, telling me I'm still enough, even when I don't feel love. Every night I fall apart, but I'm learning who you are.
You know what would be cool? How much access do you have to this vocal? APR, welcome in. Jay Mertz, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. How much access do you have to this vocal for like tracking? Because I know some of the vocalists that you work with, they're a bit removed. So once they track, it's like it's done. Okay, I have an idea for some layers here that I think could open up this hook a little bit more too, or this kind of interlude here. Because it immediately feels like just there's no vocal structure there, and it's like missing a little bit of the early part of that hook and part of that transition right there, and then it just leads to the kind of ad lib right there, right? Every night I fall apart. Like it just kind of moves into that vocal late. It would be cool to have a stack of vocals underneath it. It's like every night I fall apart, every night, da, 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 da. Like have like an early introduction of a vocal that's like stacked with harmonies, kind of like a choir almost, that just feels really like dynamic. Yeah, like some kind of a choir. I don't think it needs to be as dynamic as a choir because that's a bit much. It's a bit loud. But I think even just like 4 to 6 vocals in unison, or maybe a harmony or 2 in there. Let me hear this really quick. What word is AI ends with E? Wait, it starts with AI, ends with E? I'll think about it. So right here. Every night I fall apart. Every night, but I'm learning who you are. Every night. You know what I mean? Like kind of like that. Kind of, so some version of that, maybe following the lyrics better. Like maybe when she goes to the second line, shift that echo to the second line right there. But you get this little stack of like warm, vibrant female vocals on the outside that just gives it, yeah. Because then you're gonna have this every night, ooh, every night I fall apart, and then every night, ooh, na, 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 na. You get this like really cool flowing and blending of vocals right there. I would keep it all there. And just add an early vocal that does the first line. So like every night I fall apart. And then the next line. And then the second one would be. But I'm learning who you are. So it could be every night I fall apart. And then maybe like who you are. I'm learning who you are. You know what I mean? Like some version of some rapping of those vocals that gives you an early introduction of the every night I fall apart. Whatever version of the vocal melody and structure there works. Just having some kind of a stack early on that blends into it and keep the lead ooh in there because it's beautiful. The structure is fantastic. I'm playing Wordle. A-L ends with E. Okay. And how many, I forget. I used to play Wordle, but I forget how long there is. It 5 letters? First letter is A, second letter L, fifth letter E. And is it Jinx? Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. 5 letters. Okay, I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Let me know if you get it. Let me know if you get it, but I'll think about it. Yeah, exactly. Because the layers on this are beautiful. So it's like little textures in there that I feel like would be really, really nice. I agree.
There's something more.
It also makes this more dynamic since you're about to go into instrumental vocally. So I think that could be nice too.
It's pulling through. I wanna believe again that the sun will rise, that the heart I lost will come back to life.
Jenna, you could try alone. I don't know what letters you've already used. You could try alone.
I'm holding on.
Gosh, the range is crazy. Let's back it up right here.
I wanna believe again that the sun will rise, that the heart I lost.
I can't wait. Goodness gracious, it's such a good vocal. I can't wait to get these like vocals in the background mixed and like spread out because they're so good in the background. I love the way that they sound. They're fantastic. Keep them there. Make them bright, make them vibrant, push them to the outside. Get all that energy out there. Maybe even do more. I do like the idea of like choir and some support right there. Her lead vocal's nuts though. No O, but there is an N.
Come back to life. I'm holding on to what I can see, 'cause somewhere inside I still believe.
Yeah, crazy vocal, beautiful. And I would keep vocal structure here so you don't lose too much energy.
I still
Right here. There's something in there to follow the just a ooh, ooh, just some vocal structure to glue vocals through the whole track, so you don't lose too much steam there. And I think it's like the same thing with that starter vocal. It's just making sure that there's constantly like fresh information that feels really vibrant and really engaging. And we get this because then it ends up all instrumental here. So we definitely need to feel some anticipation. If it just gets quiet, then I feel like we lose a little bit of steam. So if we keep some anticipation there, that's good, right? And then start layering more and more vocals as you go, just like you do with the instrumentation. Harmony. Open. Like I would like build, you have those, and I love the movement of the harmonies in the back. Gorgeous, beautiful, keep them all there. So good. And then you're just stacking up. So you have the, oh, and then you harmonize with the, oh, and then you have the, you have like those vocals moving over the top, floating away a little bit more. You have so much more movement now, but definitely from a place of support. The production sounds amazing here. It sounds really, really good. I think you nailed it. Exactly. Building up to the key change. We want to build as much information as possible, like as much energy as possible. So when you do modulate, that you have like enough energy to like make it make sense. You have enough vibrancy there that the transition feels as impactful as possible. Jay, thank you so much for hopping in, Jay. I appreciate you being here. We are closed for today, but definitely make sure that you're following. We're going to open up the lines again and take on another massive chunk of consultations tomorrow. So make sure that you're following. I'm going to be live tomorrow. I'm assuming around 2 p.m. Central. That's my goal. 2 p.m. Central tomorrow. We'll open up the lines again and take like another, say 10 to 15 consultations so we can dig into the details of y'all's music and dive deep into the production and the mix and all that good stuff. So I would absolutely love to hear what you got, man. Thank you so much for hopping in. Thank you for the follow as well. I really appreciate that. I look forward to hearing what you're working on. Tobias, welcome in as well. It's going amazing, Joseph. I changed a couple things, and I feel like it's definitely helping out. So this is making me very, 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 very happy. Okay, let's build up to this key change here. There we go. So off the D sharp, G sharp minor. Hold on. So yeah, moving off the F is your best option. So let me hear. Did the N work or just not the O? Yeah, the F is probably your easy. I'm trying to figure out if there is like an augmented transition or diminished transition to get there. So. I think it's a little bit. I think you got it where you need it to be. I wouldn't worry about the transition too much there. I think it's mainly no N either. No way. I think it's mainly going to just be the building up of information previous to that to actually make sure you have enough to move forward. Enough to move forward. Because you hear how, because of where that production moves, it actually shrinks slightly when you change keys because like all your samples kind of reset. So you have this big buildup. Just make sure you wash it with a crash, right? So you have a big buildup, and then I think because the risers stop, Joseph, I hope you're doing amazing, man. Because the risers cut and they stop right there, you lose a little bit of steam because there's no wash to transition over. Let me hear it again really quick. So make sure you maintain like a higher crash. I think there's one there and it kind of washes over with reverb. Make sure you have maybe a little bit of a higher crash in there too, to make sure that buildup doesn't come up like this and then jump down, but it actually builds up and then washes over into the next section of the song. Otherwise, you'll lose a little bit of steam onto the next, going into the next transition here. Otherwise, I love the modulation. I love the change. It's beautiful. Try alike. IK. Try IK, Jenna. Crazy. No I. Dang. That's alright. I have another idea. So we're up to the C major. I kind of, it goes so quick into this last part. There's just really no breathing room. I kind of wonder if you hold for a moment longer or go through the progression once before the vocal comes back in. Maybe take some time. So like what if still feeling? And you let this breathe. You have the pad. The high, holding in the background, and then for a second, it takes some time. That's alright. And then you fade out there. Right, or you resolve it however you want to. So I would just maybe go through the progression once with the pad. So like leave the drone pad in there, leave like the chords underneath. Just loop the piano one more time on the high part here. Let it go through the progression. And then let her vocal come in softly on one more turnaround and let it close. That's alright. Yeah, that's alright. I would also personally, this is my personal taste, I would maybe simplify the piano there too, because it almost feels like keep building. I would just maybe That's alright. That's alright. You know, and it just kind of resolves right there, really simple. But I think because it has so much movement to it, it feels like the energy is a bit higher, and then you can really like soften kind of the energy there right at the end. Beautiful job, man. This is amazing. I can't wait to hear more from this vocalist. What a phenomenal. Ooh, that's a good option. Tadek, that's a good option. That's actually great, man. Please show some love to Derek Bennett. Thank you so much for sending in this track. Beautiful job, man. You're amazing. This is one of the better structures I've heard. Did you write this song as well? Fantastic job. She's from Argentina, like Emmy. Goated. So, I mean, probably one of the better vocalists I've heard in your space. It's really well done. You wrote that too. Great job, man. Seriously, I love to see your growth. Y'all, please give it up for Derek Bennett. Amazing artist. Let's get into these last two tracks of the day. Nova, hop in the chat. Diary's in here. Diary's in the diary. What's going on, Diary? If it's the diary that we know, there could be multiple diaries, I guess. Sokka, welcome back. There could be multiple diaries, but if it's the diary that we know and love, Diary, it's good to see you. Even if it's not, we now know and love you. Welcome in. I hope you're doing amazing. What's up, Diary? Good to see you. I hope you're doing fantastic. Welcome in. That country is coming in clutch for me. I know, honestly, man, they're showing up. Argentina's showing up for you. Let's go. I'm so good. I just saw the name. I didn't see the profile picture yet at the bottom. So I was like, wait, hold on. It's been a minute. I hope you're doing amazing. Hope life is treating you okay and all the craziness that's out there. Here, man, just letting you know, my song is an instrumental. Beautiful, Nova. Let's get into it. These are our last two tracks of the day. And then we will be live tomorrow. I'm hoping around, it varies a little bit. I'm hoping around 2 p.m. Central tomorrow. So if you are looking for a consultation, you want to get into the depths and the details of your production, your mix, your vocal structure, songwriting and formatting, whatever it may be, then definitely make sure that you're following, make sure that you're tapped in tomorrow. Would love to hear what y'all are working on. It was Algie. Shout out to Tadek in the chat. He got it. The GOAT. He saved you, Jenna. He saved you. He earned a follow. Okay, let's get into, let's see the Nova. I got you right here. And let me just make sure I have everyone else. Okay, Tadek, I do have yours. Okay, perfect. So we've got Nova in the building. This is just an instrumental. This is my song, Age of Corruption, a more experimental track of mine. It's a dubstep style track, build-ups and drops, but written entirely with metal instrumentation. Let's go. Derek Bennett, of course, man. You know the deal. Absolutely anytime. I appreciate you coming in. I appreciate the love. I appreciate the submission today. You're amazing, man. I appreciate that a lot. If y'all are over on TikTok too, make sure y'all are still tapping the screen. Share out the live with a few people. Diary, thank you so much for the heart me. I appreciate that so much. Nova said, also, I make my music for the game Geometry Dash, where people can use my music to make levels. Okay, cool. I've never heard of that. That sounds awesome. Let's get into it. I hope you have been well. Happy holidays. Wanted to... Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing amazing as well. And happy holidays to you. It's so good to see some names that I haven't seen in a while hop in the chat. It's so fun to see some of the OGs in here. I appreciate you stopping by. All right, let's see. Let me pull up this right here too. Music, welcome in. All right, this is Nova, Age of Corruption. This is all instrumental, and just as far as I know, as far as I'm aware, Nova, everything that I'm hearing in this track was produced by you, right? Let's dive into it. Let's dive in. Ingy, welcome in. How are you feeling today? Good to see you. Beautiful. Nice. Yes, man, it's been a rough year. I'm so sorry to hear that, though. I'm sorry to hear that. It's been rough. Peggy, welcome in. Yo. Accordion, welcome in. How are you feeling today? What are you producing on? That's crazy. Nasty. Come on. Let's go. Woo. Nasty. Welcome in, Doug. Welcome in. We've gotten a variety pack of music today. I love it so much. Trey, welcome in. This needs to be in edits and stuff. Yeah, talk to me about what you're using to record. I would love to know. Woo! Uncle Trey, welcome in. Yeah. Hey, Doug with the Galaxy, let's go! I'm gonna get you on my list, Doug. I'm gonna get you on my list as soon as the song's done. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that more than you know. Okay, beautiful. I love it, man. Thank you. I'm gonna get you on our board for the Galaxy here in just a second. I appreciate you so much, man. It's all love. This is nice, man. Yeah, we gotta get you connected with Chase Samples. Squeals are great. Woo! And a pretty good balance to your mix too, man. Good PSG, welcome in. Mervin, welcome in. Sven, welcome in. Hugo, welcome in. Good to see y'all. Yeah. Nasty. Woo! Come on. Y'all, show some. I'm excited to break this down. Let's get into it. That is Nova, Age of Corruption. I know this is out on Spotify, but I'm curious when this is going to platforms or if it's going to platforms. Do you have any plans for distribution at all? Show some love to Nova and also show some love to Doug. Doug, I appreciate you so much. Thank you for the Galaxy. Thank you so much for the Galaxy. And Ben, bro, what is this setup right here? What's up, man? Yeah, this is the new setup here for the live stream. For those of you who are curious, or if you don't know, we are currently live on TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube. So you can kind of see this, the full format of this on Twitch and YouTube. It's a little bit easier to see the full screen over here. But we've got the zoom in over here. But this also allows us to kind of like switch over here and get a little bit more of a broad look. So we can throw up the line. We can throw up Pro Tools here and like talk through a track and some details we're working on. We can show some other angles here in the studio and get some, breakdowns of other things, show some other videos. We can show music videos, all that fun stuff on here. It allows us to do a whole lot more, which is really, really fun. But let me switch back over here because this is where I want to be. Doug, thank you so much. I forgot. I got to add give me a sec. I got to bring in my board. We've got our, it's going all plats on Christmas. Beautiful. I was going to say, I hope you're getting distribution for this. We got you can't see it that well. Get Lost Recording Studio. Welcome into the live stream. I appreciate you. We got our Galaxy board right here. So if you send in a Galaxy, you get up on the board. So shout out to Doug, Riley. I appreciate you hopping in. Let me get you up here. Let's go over here on this side. We got, it doesn't want to. I got to get it. Hold on. It doesn't want to. Get Lost. I've been pretty good, man. I mean, life is crazy. Life is life, but I've been pretty good, man. Thank you so much for hopping in. Hope you're doing well. Illy Cash in the building. Dexter's in the building. What's up, y'all? Let me see if it'll write. Let me see if it'll write. Nope. Give me 1 second. We got to get Doug on board. Give me 1 second. We're going to get right back into it, y'all, and close up the live. Once again, we're closed, but we will be back tomorrow. I got one more song. One more song today. We're going to light it up. We're going to finish it up with Tadek here in the chat. We're going to finish it up with Tadek, and then we'll be back to it. But if you want to get up on the board, yes, I'm here, TikTok. 1 sec. 1 sec. I got to confirm that I exist here. One moment. There we go. Beautiful. And we're back. There we go. Let me get a marker really quick so I can get Doug up on the board. Give me one moment. We'll try this one. Try this one here. All right. I know it's kind of hard. I can switch here. Give me 1 sec. A little bit easier to see. There we go. All right. Let's get Doug on here. There's Doug Riley up on the board. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you and appreciate your generosity so much, man. It means everything. Shout out to Doug. Shout out to Doug. Let me get that out of the way for a moment. Shout out to Doug for the Galaxy. I appreciate you so much, man. Your generosity does not go unnoticed. We've got a lot of love today, and I appreciate that a lot. All right. Nova, let's get into it, y'all. Like I said, we got one more track tonight. One more track after this one. It's true. I do have a song called Galaxy. Go check it out. It's on all the platforms. Shameless plug. We have one more song after this. Tadek is going to close this out, and then we will be live again tomorrow. I'm aiming for 2 p.m. Central, so definitely tap in. A lot of y'all have saved some of your songs for tomorrow, so I'm excited to hear what y'all have been working on. So if you do want to submit, just make sure that you're following, turn on notifications for the live stream, and we'll be live again tomorrow afternoon for another couple hours where we can get into the details of your music and break it down in great detail over 30 minutes or so. So let's get into it, Nova. Let's dive in from the top. There's one little section I want to listen for, but honestly, man, you're doing a pretty good job of balancing in this genre, creating a lot of energy. I need you to search up on TikTok, search up Chase Samples. Chase Samples has been kind of working in a similar, he does a lot of like progressive metal and some like digital editing in his metal and stuff like that, drum programming, edits, but he's a phenomenal producer in this genre. Is doing a lot of work, and he also has access to some great vocals in this genre as well. I would love to hear some vocals on your tracks as well, because you do have the potential to really go far and gain a lot of exposure for what you're doing, especially the more that you connect it with real vocals. Doug, I appreciate you so much, man. It genuinely means more than you know. Thank you for your generosity and your support of the stream. It does not go unnoticed, man. I really appreciate it. Okay, let's run this from the top. Run this from the back. It doesn't make sense. Let's run this from the top. Let's get into these last few songs here. But I appreciate what you do a lot, Nova. This is not easy to make. It takes a lot of editing, a lot of intention to have a really loud, noisy mix and still have a good balance to it at the end of the day. So props to you. I love it. It's one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite things about this live stream, Nova. Is for one, I as a professional, I work in a lot of different genres, and I've honestly on my list of projects that I'm currently working on, I talk about this all the time because this is kind of funny, but I literally have some like 80s stuff. I have some synth pop. I have some like alternative R&B stuff. I have a cinematic opera, contemporary opera track I'm working on. I just finished a progressive metal track for another client of mine where I created a metal structure track, live guitars, and all this stuff. So like I'm lucky enough that my skill set allows me to work in a lot of different genres professionally, which is really, really fun. But it also allows me to kind of understand what's happening in a lot of different genres. Instead of being like, all I do is make hip hop beats or country productions and all I've ever mixed is country or whatever it may be. I've just been lucky enough to work with a lot of like really cool artists and really cool producers and collaborators and vocalists hear, even just through this platform and through Track Talk and through, TikTok and social media, just getting access to so many different people that I've been able to work in a lot of different genres. And so I love it because I do think it gives me a unique perspective to be able to actually understand some of what you're doing in your production structure and how it's built, instead of just having no idea what's going on and then telling you what I do or don't like about it, but there's no reason for me to say it. So I do appreciate that about this platform so much, man. I'm so glad you're here. So glad we can break this down. Yeah, usually I do metal and dubstep. I stopped making metal a couple months ago. This is one of the last metal songs I made. Everything now has been EDM and dubstep. Ooh, I'm excited to hear that in the future too. That's cool. I would love to see and like hear your versatility as well. That's really cool. Nasty riff. Nasty riff. Do you have like a low octave on there as well? Like either like a sub octave? Joseph, thank you so much for the heartbeat, man. I appreciate it. Do you have like a low octave under your bass as well? Good chops. I know. Slowly but surely. Hopefully, the more we grow the VODs and stuff over there, hopefully more people will tap in on those platforms. But most of the activity ends up happening over here. But the better platforms are over there. It's so unfortunate. I use an A-string guitar, and a bass is playing the same notes as the guitar in the low range. It's killer. It's absolutely killer. Yeah, it sounds great. Okay, one quick note, just on the mixing side. I think your structure is awesome. Your production and your editing. No octave unless there's higher notes. Okay, beautiful. What was I going to say? Oh, structurally, I think it's fantastic. You have a lot of great sound design, great chops and gating going. Like your guitars are gated really well as well. So it feels still organic and overdriven and heavy, but also really tight and modern, which I think is typical of the genre. So I think you're doing a great job of processing, a great job of opening up these signals. It sounds awesome. One quick thing that I'm hearing here is your kick and snare velocity wise and amplitude wise. I think just because of where your how you're actually mixing in. Your kick and snare are really prominent and really loud, and not necessarily in a bad way. They actually fit into the mix really well. But what I'm noticing is kind of like your overheads in the VST feel really, really quiet to me sometimes. So some of your tom rolls feel like they're like 6 dB way into the back of the mix. And then like, so I can sometimes like barely hear those, and they feel really, really small and really, gosh, it's like the end of the life of my brain's not working. They feel small and they feel a bit quiet compared to how loud your shells for your kick and snare are. Those are super prominent. They're super punchy. And then when those, some of your cymbals and then your toms kick in, they feel really, really quiet. I wouldn't mind. I know you're not working as much in the genre anymore. Yeah, I mix the kick and snare the dubstep way, making it 100%. And I want those really, really. So that's why I was saying, I was like, I kind of like it. Like I don't really have a problem with how prominent the kick and snare is. But what I do notice is that when the toms come in, I kind of don't even notice them. I don't necessarily even like feel them in the mix because they're so far back. So even if you don't want them crazy prominent, like a full metal kit, I would still probably have them forward 2 to 3 dB. So you still feel the panning of like when you're automating those toms, because naturally they're going to be panned. Like drummer perspective is going to be like, left to right. So high to low all the way over there. 100%. No, and honestly, you're doing a good job. That's one of the very few things I noticed. Like most of your production structure is really, really well done. I just noticed that I hear them there, but I don't feel them there at all. So having a little bit more energy, a bit more amplitude behind those would be nice. And then that snare comes in. You're like, whoa, okay, we're back. Snare's back and it's super, super prominent, but then those toms feel really weak in the background. So that's a small adjustment that could maintain a bit more energy here. Now, moving more into your dubstep stuff, that might not be as much of a requirement, right? You could probably get away with not doing nearly as much there. But in this case, since what I'm hearing in front of me is more of a metal track, that's what I would look for. Nasty. Come on. All right, let me go ahead and skip forward into this next breakdown over here. Yeah, you're a beast, Nova. Super talented. background percussion is great. You still get a little bit of those like dubstep snares in there. You still have a little bit of a hybrid there of like electronic, EDM sound design, some dubstep in there. I like it, man. It's really, really cool. CNO, welcome in. Nasty. Yo. Manny, how you feeling? Great progression change. Moody Cat, welcome in. I like your name. I like the name. Funny enough, yeah, it's crazy. I love this so much, man. Funny enough, that main riff in the drop was made over a year ago, but never had a song finished for it. Dude, let's go. I'm a fan of that. There's a lot of productions that I made like 3 or 4 years ago that I saved the files from another computer, and then I dropped it into, what's up, Jamal? Welcome, man. Good to see you, bro. I hope you're doing fantastic. Good to see you, man. I love your energy. Do you like potatoes? I'm obsessed with potatoes. Who doesn't like potatoes? I love potatoes in all forms. I am not biased with my potato. All forms, the crispier the better, but I like all forms of potatoes. So yes, I do. But I love, and I was like, man, you're speaking my language. I love potatoes. What I was saying in the earlier part of this track here too, is I have productions that I made years ago, and then I went back and referenced some of the things. And I was like, oh, this is old and the beat kind of sucks, like from 5 years ago. The beat kind of sucks. But then I was like, but you know what, that lead melody on that synth is great. So I would just recreated that melody on like the Juno, and it's like, dude, this is beautiful. It sounds fantastic. So sometimes there's something to absolutely going back to old productions that you have and going into old tracks and projects that you're working on and bringing them to life again in a modern production. You're doing a great job of that, man. It sounds awesome. Your chaos stuff, yeah, it's very, very true. Jamal, thank you for the heart me. It is very true. It's my brain works a billion miles a minute, and sometimes it lends itself to cohesive conversation, and sometimes it does not. Shout out to the soul brain. I have a couple beats from 2012 reproduced. Love it. I'm also reading chats on like 3 different platforms, so that's also part of it. Looking at like 5 different screens, listening to music, talking to the artist. I'm like going all over the place, but I love it. It's fun. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, Kima. I appreciate it. Overall, like actual processing and balance on your guitars, the double track that you have there is really, really clean. It's really, really clean. Grouch, thank you so much for hopping in. I'll show you where the queue is. But we are closed for today. So if you do want to submit, just make sure that you're following if you're not already. I'm going to open the lines up again tomorrow. We've already gone through our full package, the max of tracks that I can take today. But we're going to open it back up tomorrow. So I'll show you where it is so you can kind of see. But so I just got to switch over here. Boom, throw up the line. There we go. There it is. So yeah, I have to kind of switch around to kind of make sure things work since I'm on Twitch and YouTube as well. I got to make sure it like makes sense on that screen. But yeah, so that's where the line is right there. And typically throughout the course of the live, I'll throw it back up on the screen so y'all can see the order, the minimums, and kind of where you are in the line. It makes it a lot easier that way. All right, let me switch back over here real quick. Of course, crowd. Of course. I appreciate it a lot. Yeah, we'll be live tomorrow again for the consultations. We'll be live again around 2 p.m. Central-ish. So make sure you're following, tapping over there, and we'll get everything set up for you. We'll get you up on the board. I recorded the line, mixed it to sound. Hold on. So the glitchy vocals there in the buildup was made with BandLab. I recorded the line, mixed it to sound like a robot, then played with chopping and reversing parts. Dude, it's so killer. It's so killer. Do you have maybe some guitar string loops that we can use? Grouch, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Kima, are you talking to Nova? Or are you talking to me? Hey, thank you, D Busy. I appreciate you. Yeah. What's fun is just my synths are just like the perfect backdrop. You know what I mean? They're just the perfect backdrop to any studio thing. I love it, dude. These synths they're my babies. I love them so much. They make me very, very happy. They make me very, very happy. Shoots that we can use. I don't have anything that I sell currently. I would love to in the near future. I would really love to create synth, because the thing that I'm like known for more is synths. That's like when people come to me for production, I do a ton of different stuff. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm working in a ton of different genres right now. But a lot of people come to me to add synths and produce stuff like Mike Dean, even in hip hop. It's like more Mike Dean style. Let's have synths, but let's have hip hop. Let's have 80s stuff. Let's have synthwave, Kavinsky, stuff like that. So I do a lot like that. So I really want to create packs of like synths and like loops and packs and samples for producers to use in their own records. So if you are interested in stuff like that, let me know. Sometimes it kind of just depends on the interest, right? Like it's hard for me to create a pack like that is going to take weeks of planning and editing and sampling all the different analog synths that I have in here and stuff like that. It takes a lot of work. And so I don't want to do it and there be like two people and then like only one of them does it. And then it's like, that wasn't worth any time. So if y'all would be interested in like getting analog synth packs and loops and stuff like that, let me know. Cause then maybe I can lean into creating that and promoting it a little bit more. Grout said, do you get a lot of vocalists on your stream? I'm looking for a vocalist for some EDM collab. 100%. It's a pretty broad spectrum just because of, I think, the work that I do. So I work full-time as an engineer, producer, and session musician. So by default of that, I get a lot of variety. So a lot of people come in to focus on production. A lot of people come in focusing on vocal production and mixing themselves as an artist. So we get a lot of people on that space. And then a lot of people that are maybe self-engineering. They're artists, they're producers, they're vocalists, songwriters, and they're wanting to get better engineering their own vocals, stuff like that. So people usually, because we spend like 30 minutes per track. So people typically come in looking for help in those areas. So we definitely will get people in here that are just vocalists, they're just artists, and maybe they're just doing BeatStars leases, they're doing YouTube strips and stuff like that to just kind of get their get an opinion on what they're doing structurally. Dude, of course. Yeah. So these, the consultations that we do, and there's a lot of like live music review spaces, right? That, you play the song, you put a poll up, maybe give them a quick nugget, and then we move on. So the structure of what we do here are 20 to 30 minutes long, long form consultation. So we listen to the song usually 2 or 3 times. We chop through it. We answer questions in the chat. We go into great detail. We're going to break down, depending on the structure, depends on the artist, but we'll typically break down mix and master, production, sound design. We'll get into lyric and song formatting and structure, and really just kind of dig into the details and the nuances of what you're doing creatively. Ideally, just to get like a professional second set of ears, get a really in-depth breakdown over a long form. So I feel like it's one of the things that makes us really unique. Is like there's a lot of people that review music and a lot of people, but there's not a lot of people that go into as much depth or that actually work in the space professionally full time. And so that's a lot of the format of what we do here and the kind of the structure and why we do it. But I appreciate you so much, man. Yeah, dude, I would love to hear what you got. And I promise to help in absolutely any way that I can. He does a great, thank you so much, Joseph. I appreciate you. You helped me out a ton with my first 2 songs. I'm so grateful, man. I'm so grateful. I appreciate that a lot. Now that everything you're doing, people don't know what it really is, like engineering, what produce. Thank you so much, man. Kima, gosh, man, y'all have been so incredibly generous and so kind today. Thank you. Thank you. All right, Nova, let me get into the last 20 seconds here. You're a beast, Nova. You're a very, very talented producer. I'm a fan of what you do. I'm excited. You said you're doing a lot more, dubstep and stuff now. I'm excited to hear that because I see the potential in what you're doing. You're a very valid, very mature producer, even though I don't know if you would see yourself that way, but I definitely hear what you're doing, and it takes some skill. It takes some intuition as a musician. So great job, man. Really, really nice stuff. All love, Kima. I appreciate you a lot. Yeah, that makes sense. Because even your metal structure is like, it still has that dubstep structure and edge. You still have your buildups and your risers and your stutters and you still have like really good cohesive structure. So I love it, man. It's amazing. It sounds nasty. As he said once, you can make anything out of anything. So I'm like, screw it. Let's try. Let's go. I love it, man. It's amazing. Really, really nice job, man. Dissonance is crazy. Nasty. Come on, man. Come on, come on. Y'all give it up one time for Nova in the building. Nova, I love you. You're amazing. I love what you do, man. Thank you for your patience today. You waited a while for that track, just with people skipping forward. So, man, I love what you do. You're fantastic, man. Very valid as a producer. I cannot wait to hear more from you, especially in the different genres you say you're working in. So I'm very, very excited for what you're pursuing and excited for you to be a part of the community, man. Very, very, very nice job, man. Y'all please show some love to Nova right here in the chat. Also, this song, I think it may be a series of songs, remind me in the chat, is going to come out on Christmas. So definitely be on the lookout. Make sure that you are following Nova. Beast. I love it so much, man. Let's get into this final track. Let's go. I love it. Right now in commercial. Yeah, 100%, CNO, 100%. I feel that. Yurdo, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it so much. We are on our final track, so this is going to be our last one for the day. But make sure that you're following. We will be live again tomorrow, and we'll open up the lines again so we can take on some more consultations. This is my last one for the day. We got one more track. But please stick around. We're doing a giveaway at the end. I have to keep reminding myself, and I need the chat to remind me as well. Do not let me leave the stream without giving away at least that $10. So please remind me once we get to the last track, which is right now. Remind me after that track so I do not forget. I want to make sure we do a giveaway. So if you are passing by right now, or you are just flowing through the stream right now and you are wanting to submit, you'll have a free submission on the board tomorrow if you come back here. Nova, I appreciate you so much. Happy to wait for it. I mainly pursue to make songs and video games mainly. Dude, it's so killer. It's so killer, man. I love what you do. So yeah, definitely hang out for a little bit. But yeah, absolutely any genre, any level of preparedness. So mixed, unmixed, released, unreleased, any genre, any style. We're going all the way across the board. Kima, I'm so glad you've been here. You're so encouraging, so supportive. I appreciate it a lot, man. We so many people that came in today that just immediately plugged in and joined the family. It just understood what we do here. It makes me so happy. It makes me so happy when y'all are able to just connect, not only just with, me and maybe Libby if she's in here, but also just, which is my wife for those of you who don't know, but be able to connect with us, but also just connect with each other, collaborate with each other, learn from each other. It makes me so happy. So let's get into this last track. We've got. And then as we're going through, if I have any mods in here, or people that kind of understand a little bit more of what we're doing, if you could please, maybe sooner than you think, Joseph, maybe sooner than you think, we'll do another combo live. It'll be super fun. If you can remind people that we are closed, but we'll be live again tomorrow afternoon, that would be really helpful. If y'all happen to be hanging out for a little bit for new people that are coming in, so I can focus mainly on the breakdown. Otherwise, my ADHD is going to drive me nuts. I'm going to be going back and forth constantly. Line is closed, but we will be live tomorrow. So make sure you're following, turn on notifications, and then we'll dive straight into your track tomorrow. This is Sam. I need, let me see. Let me open this up. Open Spotify. This is it Tadic? Am I saying that correctly? Am I actually saying it correctly? Because I don't want to be butchering your name. Also, just a quick reminder, that we are live right now. Is it Miji? Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate you. We are live right now on Twitch and YouTube as well. If you had your song played and you want to go back and see your breakdown, or like go back and reference maybe some corrections we made to the mix, some opinions we had on the production structure and things like that, then all of these VODs are saved to YouTube. So you can go to my YouTube channel. You can just find it in my link. You can go to my YouTube channel, and this will be, I think, like episode 12 or 13 or something like that. I need to update the thumbnail after I get off, but those VODs are saved, and you can go back and reference it and find your track again and see what the breakdown was, and feel free to go back and re-reference the things that we talked about. That way you don't always have to like screen record or worry about notes. You'll always have that full breakdown, and I know that can be really helpful for people. Feel free to still take notes, because sometimes you never know if something tech is going to happen, but or some issue with the recording, but all of them have been fine so far. So if you want to go back and reference your breakdowns again, that's super helpful. All right, this is Tadic. Let's get into it. I'm going to wait for Tadic to show up in the chat, because I do want to make sure that they're here. Thank you, Joseph. Tell him. All right, there we go, there we go. I am only singer in the song. Producer is 52 Blue, and mix and master the song in Novakoto Studio. Let's get into it. Perfect. All right, thank you for the details. This single is called Sam by Tadek, and this song is out on, we've got some early songs today, beautiful. This song is out on all platforms. So if, like I say every time, if you like what you hear, go stream it, go add it to your playlist, go like the track, go follow on Spotify. Let's get into it. I'm very, very excited. So I'm reminding myself too, Jenna's amazing. Jenna, I appreciate you so much. Okay, so all of the production was done by 52 Blue. All of the vocals are yours, and then the mix is from the studio. Let's get into it. Let's run it from the top. This is Sam by Tadek.
Zagubiony jak zło, które ciągle szuka ciebie. Mimo że rok, co wołają, sam nie wiem. Może wtedy to nie był nasz czas. Patrzę w górę i czekam na znak.
What's up, man? A lot of rock today. Let's go. What's up? No, Jenna. No way, dude. Congrats, man. Congrats. Let's go. That's crazy. Amazing. Congratulations, man.
Teraz w moich emocjach mam debet. Żadne miłe słowo już nie zmieni nic, nie. Dosyć strat i zaczynam liczyć zyski. Jebać to, przestałem patrzeć na wszystkich. Money flow, bo chcę pomóc moim bliskim.
Great voice. Let's go. Let's go. Y'all give it up one time for Tadek right here in the chat. That song is called Sam. Let's get straight into it. Let's get straight into it. We're not going to waste any time. Let's run it from the top. There's a couple things I'm picking up right on the back. This is mainly on the production / mix side. I think your voice is awesome. Your high range, your mix voice, your natural fry, killer. So good. I love it. Your voice is nuts. Great range, great energy, performance, emoting on the mic. Fabulous. I love so many things about it. There's a couple things on the production and mix side that I want to address just briefly. Honestly, it's not a lot. It's a pretty dynamic production. It sounds really, really nice. But I want to dive into some of those details just because there's some like distance between some of the sample drums that come in and the VST drums that are carrying most of it. That I feel like could be related a little bit better in the mix. I mean, of course, the song is already out, so I'm mainly speaking to the future, some things you could look out for, because obviously this is already on platform, so there's not really any point in editing it. Although you could do sample replacement or file replacement on like DistroKid or something if that's what you're using. But let's get into it. This is Sam. The song is called Sam by Tadek. Let's dive in, y'all. Love the tone on the guitar though. So right off the bat, a couple small details. So right off the bat, when those initial drums come in, I mean the programming of them, I don't mind. I do believe these are VST drums. I don't mind the programming of them. What's actually being played and sequenced there, I think is really good. They do come in, in my opinion, a little bit thin and a little bit tinny. So I'm really only like hearing like the high end of the snare and the attack and kind of transience of the kick. I'm not getting a lot of like fullness or weight behind them. And that is kind of also in contrast of the energy of the vocal performance. So your vocal is actually then very forward in the mix, which I don't mind, but it's not necessarily supported by the production, right? So your vocal has good clarity. I like that it's very saturated and it's very warm sounding. I love it. So vocal production and where it sits, I think you're doing a fantastic job. But kind of what's underlying that, especially being like bass and drums, doesn't have a whole bunch of weight and energy behind it just because it's so thinned out. He's like, see you next year. Damn. Come back tomorrow. We'll be on tomorrow, 2 p.m. Central or something like that. So if y'all are wanting a consultation, you want to get up on the board, come back to, don't wait next year. I don't even know if this platform will exist next year. Yeah, like if it's not today, it's forever. I know next year's not that bad, I guess. Next year is just in like 3 weeks. I can wait for 3 weeks, I guess. Okay. So I would prefer, with the drum structure that I hear here, I would prefer, goodness gracious, I would prefer to warm up that, oh my God, that's my favorite. I love the 80s. I love synths. Come back tomorrow, dude. Come back tomorrow, please. I beg you. I love the 80s. I love synth. It's my favorite thing in the world. So, anyways, drum structure here, I would prefer to warm them up just a little bit because right now they're a little bit thinned out and exaggerated at like 8 to 10K. So the far top end of your mix is a little bit brittle just on the percussion side. Everything else, like guitar tone and vocals, like I said, fantastic, very open, really dynamic. But when you get into the drums, it feels a little thin and a little bit brittle. So you lose a lot of the weight that kind of supports the vocal and gives it context. So I would beef up those drums a little bit. Don't pull out so much of the low end and the low mids. Don't crank the high end so much. Warm it up a little bit and push it forward by, let's say, like 2 or 3 dB so it drives a little bit more. Because the intro feels really, really broad. And then as soon as the drums actually come in, it actually softens the mix a little bit. And I want it to feel a little bit more punchy. I do dream of synths. And so ask Libby. I'm literally always looking at synths. I am like shooting a message every day to see if someone wants to like trade me a synth for some random thing I have in here. I'm always looking at synths. I love synths so much. So much. All right, let me get into this intro here again. Beautiful. So this vocal is very, very prominent over the top compared to the drums, which should be incredibly dynamic and really, really full.
Może wtedy to nie był nasz czas. Patrzę w górę i czekam na znak.
And then the transition between the drums that are sequenced and this, it sounds to me like I'm going to make this up, but I'm kind of assuming it's just a splice loop, honestly, because it's the exact same drum loop that comes in, like I think 3 or 4 different times in the song. And what it does is fine, but what you're kind of running into is you have this sequenced, is it Dion Askey? Am I saying that correctly? Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. NJ, welcome in. RGS, welcome in. I appreciate y'all being here. This really bright sequence drum, and then an almost like kind of like garage band raw low tuned snare sampled in as well. And what you hear that to me is really obvious and really prominent is like a very obvious distinction in quality and tone and style between those two drums. Like they sound very, very different in between. And so for one, I would prefer just like adding a different sample structure there, or just doing that hit and just sequencing that in with the VST that you already used, maybe just with a different snare sample, because usually most of these VST libraries have like 2 or 3 different snares you can choose from to build up the kit. Maybe do a rim shot instead of the center hit. You know what I mean? Like using the same sample right there to create that impact and create that punch. But because it's so much louder than the other drums and a totally different tone and totally different characteristics to it, it definitely to me feels like obvious that everything's kind of sampled or looped. And that to me takes me out of the energy for a moment because it's so much louder. And then because it's so much louder, the main drums that actually come right after that feel like dramatically softer, right? They feel like 3 or 4 dB quieter than the transition drums. So either those drums just seem to be 5-6 dB back in the mix, so they're not as impactful, but they still exist there. Or I would mean my priority would just be to use the VST that you have that's creating those drums to do that transition, maybe just with a different snare, maybe layered with another snare, something like that. No more death before you could be a sportscaster. Thank you. I know I talk fast. I know I talk fast, so that's probably part of it. But thank you. I appreciate it. I don't know. Someone needs to, maybe I'll do this. Start a sportscast style channel for music where we just like talk about stuff like that. It's lonely over here. Drink water. Thank you, Joseph. I appreciate you. I know I still don't have notifications set up again on Twitch, so I'm not seeing all of my redemptions. I'm so sorry. If you redeem something, let me know and don't lie about it. All right. Oh, I'm about out. All right. Let's get into the end of this here, or let's get into the next section here. I want to hear this drum transition again. Like how loud that is compared to everything else. Let's get into the second verse here.
Żadne miłe słowo już nie zmieni nic, nie. Dosyć strat i zaczynam liczyć zyski. Jebać to, przestałem patrzeć na wszystkich.
High little songs, LOL, no more death on minute 130, going for a sub drop with high transit. It's so true. It's facts. Exactly what you said is exactly what's going on. I redeemed 1 million hydrates. Well, I'm fresh out of water. I got 10 minutes. I'll go get some water. We'll get out of here.
Bo chcę pomóc moim bliskim.
You probably do have 1 million hydrates worth of channel points too, though, Night Slasher. So same exact looped transition right there. That's where I would just restructure the balance of that. Either choosing the same drums, like I said before, choosing the same drums in the same structure and utilizing that transition, or it just needs to be way back in the mix, 3 or 4 dB-ish. That way it's not nearly as impactful just because it's completely different drum sound. I mean, that wouldn't matter that much if the other drum sound used had more impact, had more energy. But since it's, much thinner after that, you do lose a little bit of steam. Great voice too. You hear it there too. Same transition there. Killer voice though, man. I mean, I'm telling you, Tadek, you're a beast. Your voice is amazing. Great vocal range. Your mixed voice, fire. It's so good. Same thing there. Precisely. And kind of the same thing where I'm hearing these vocals. You have all that, great. I mean, I love it, dude. You're the beast of a vocalist. The stutters are great as well, but they sound way prominent to me because the drums aren't supporting it, right? Like they fall so much farther back in the mix that they feel like they almost stand out too much. What I would love to, the bass and the drums on this, this is a rock record. The bass and the drums should be powerful. They should be punchy. They should drive through. And right now I'm just getting kind of that high end. I'm just getting like the far high end. Rough Guitar Studio, welcome in. Thank you so much for hopping in on Twitch. So that to me is the main thing that I would focus on. Make sure that when you're sampling drums, when you're collaborating on creating the production, like you said, you're working with, I think 52 Blue, right? I think was the name of the producer you worked with. When you're working with them, just make sure the drum structure is really cohesive because the guitar sounds great. Your vocal is mixed killer. It's loud and noisy in the way that it should be in this style of music. But the drums and the sampling there is where I feel like, to me, a lot of the energy falls apart. And I want it to, if it's rock, man, I want it to punch. I want it to drive. I want it to feel, incredibly, incredibly vibrant. So that's the main thing that I would focus on. RGS is on Twitch. Oh, that's RGS, Rough Guitar Studio. Beautiful. Fabulous. Thank you so much for hopping in over there. I appreciate it. Shout out to Tadek. This is great, man. Are those synths physical or a background image? They are physical, and I'm in love. I love them so much. Acoustic Gymnastics, welcome in. No, yeah, these are I can move it out of the way so they maybe focuses a little bit. No, but yeah, they're real. They're my babies. I love them so much. They make me very, very happy. Don't get me started on synth. We have been distracted too many. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think that's about. I have like 4 or 5 more on the other side over here that you can't really see, and then another one on this side. But I love them so much. They're super, super fun. That's kind of my guilty pleasure. It's also my business, but it's also a guilty pleasure. Bro, going to sexual style says, hey, easy now, easy now. All right, let's get into this outro here, Tadek. Shout out to Tadek. I appreciate you so much. Exactly. I know exactly. We got some friends. We got some friends over there now. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, you can see the ugly dwarf there. I can also switch. You can't see it on TikTok. It's not going to work. But if you're on Twitch, you can see half of them. So you can see the 6 that I have there, and then there's another one you can't see that's right next to them, and then I have 4 more on the other side. I have 4 more on the other side of the room that you can't see. Shout out to Scotland. Shout out to Scotland. I would love to take me there. I need to leave. All right, let's get it, Tadek. Let's close out the end of this. I think honestly, Tadek, you're on the right track. You're doing a lot of things really well, and the people you're working with are too. To me, it's just drum structure. Fire. Y'all, show some love. Show some love. Show some love. That is Tadek. That is T4DEK. It's illegal to have so many keys. Lock me up then. Lock me up. If it's illegal to have this many keys, lock me up because they're still coming. They're still coming. I love them so much, man. They make me very happy. I love them a lot. Tadek, thank you. I appreciate it very much, and we'll definitely use the advice. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you hopping in. Thank you for your vulnerability and sending in this track. Everybody that's come in, man, y'all have been absolutely amazing. So generous. Excuse me, goddammit. I'm so generous and just so kind over the course of this live. I appreciate y'all so much. We've got to get into some music. Rough Guitar Studio, thank you for the follow on Twitch. I appreciate you a lot. We've got a giveaway to do. So we're going to give away 10 in credit. We're giving away 10 in credit. If you would like to be a part of this giveaway, hold on. Let me pull up my list. Give me 1 second. If you would like to be a part of this giveaway, I need you to drop a peace sign in the chat. Drop a peace sign. First, that is your first song in that style. Amazing, man. Props to you, Tadek. You're amazing. You're amazing. You're amazing. I need a peace sign in the chat. We're going to do a $10 credit giveaway. Random giveaway. Someone here in the chat is going to get 10 in credit. Nova, I got you. A peace sign. I need this. I need a peace sign in the chat. I need a peace sign in the chat. Let me toss some music on here really quick. Pop or pop. Okay, cool, man. That's yeah. You've got some variety. You got some variety to what you're doing, man. That's amazing. Let me get some music on in the background. I need a peace sign in the chat. If you want to be a part of, I see 9 people over there. I see like 3 or 4 people on Twitch, 2 on YouTube. If you want to be a part of this giveaway, drop a peace sign in the chat. I gotta eat. My stomach's gurgling. It's gurgling. Peace sign in the chat. Let's go. Joseph, I got you. You can get Joseph in here. Tadek, let's go. Alice, I got you. We got Tadek. We got Alice. Anybody else? Alice, welcome in. Sorry, I'm seeing your name for the first time. I'm sorry if I missed you earlier. Welcome into the live stream. I appreciate you being here. Hop in if you would like. That's close enough. First time. Thank you so much for being here, Alice. I appreciate it. I appreciate that a lot. We're doing this giveaway. Trying to stall for Star. Let's go. There's Star. I see Star. We got to double up for Joseph in here. Let's go. It is first 3 minutes. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I'm glad I didn't miss you. I try to say hi to as many people as I can coming into the live stream. All right, I've got Nova, Joseph, Tadek, Alice, and Star. Is there anyone else who wants to be in this giveaway? We're giving away $10 in credit for the next live stream, which is tomorrow at 2 p.m. Central ish. So make sure that you're following. If you're not following already, make sure that you're following and subscribed on YouTube as well as Twitch. Make sure that you're following on TikTok, of course. We'll be live tomorrow afternoon after I get some projects done, and then we'll open up the line again for some more submissions. This is the first time we've been on past 4 hours in a while, honestly, so I'm grateful. Thank you so much, Toby. I appreciate you, man. Come see Joseph. I'm just getting off, but make sure you tap in tomorrow. We're going to open up the lines again tomorrow. Last chance if you want to be a part of this giveaway, y'all. I've got Nova, Joseph, Tadek, Allison, Star. If anyone else makes music, if you make music in any capacity, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Drop a peace sign in the chat. This is your last chance to get in on this giveaway before we close everything down. Let's go. Dion, let's go. Dion, I'm going to get you on here. I'm going to get you in the giveaway here. Last chance, y'all. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Door closed. All right, y'all. Let's go. Let's go. It's Deonsky, right? Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. All right, we're gonna do it random, so I'm gonna do it with series. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's run it. Choose a number between 1 and 6. Focus. Let's see. Let's see. It's 2. That means Joseph with the win. Joseph, you've got 10. You manifested it. You said it. You said it right there in the chat, and you manifested it. You said, "Watch me win. Watch me win." And he did. Joseph, let me get you 10 in credit. I'm going to put it on the board right here. I'm going to put it on my list. You know the deal, Joseph. He pinned it in all. He pinned it in all. Let's go. I got you saved to your credit, so you can hop in, of course, at any point. And get yourself up on the board with that 10 for at least that 10 if you would like to. All right, y'all. That is going to call it for today. I love and appreciate y'all so much. Last little spiel before we hop off of the live stream. For those of you who don't know, my name is Torvik. I'm a full-time audio engineer, producer, and session musician. That's what I do for a living. I'm also a classically trained musician. That is the structure of the live stream, but it's also what I do for a living. So if you are ever interested in any services, whether that is mix and master, whether that is a full production package or session work for session work, I track acoustic, electric, and bass guitar. I have live drums with options for live drums as well. Vocals, obviously, as you see, I've got plenty of synths and tones and textures. That's my favorite thing to do. Hire me for synths. I love it so much. But if you're ever interested in hiring me for any of those services, just feel free to reach out through my TikTok or through my Instagram. Of course, you can always go to my website, theobsidiankey.com. You can find it in my link tree and reach out through the contact form there if you would like to reach out in regards to hiring for a service. I would love to work with you. We can talk about your budget and your timeline, etc., and get into some of the details of what you're doing, and hopefully see if there's any way that we can help you out and improve the structure of your music in any way possible. I love y'all. I appreciate you so much. Y'all are amazing. Yeah, dude, reach out anytime, man. I appreciate you. Tadek, thank you for the follow as well. You're amazing. The music has been amazing today. Y'all have been so incredibly just energetic and supportive in the live stream. So I genuinely appreciate it so much. Hopefully we'll see y'all tomorrow, even if you're just hanging out, even if you're not submitting, come hang out with us. Listen to some great music. Joseph, love and appreciate you so much.